Welcome back to session 27 of Echoes of the Astral Sea. Last time we left off, Kalani got back and proceeded to strangle Nilo and then started stomping off angrily towards Gerudo Town. So we're going to pick
I
up
nearly died to a dead woman, which, now that I say it out loud, it doesn't sound as unusual in the world of tabletop gaming as it initially sounded.
So yeah, we're gonna pick right back up where we left off. So everyone, it is like
Yep.
the middle of the night. Kalani is back and is stomping angrily towards Gerudo Town. So yeah,
The nearest settlement. That is not the one we are currently in.
well they've
Sport
been
and
through.
me will look towards the others and be like, did we do something about that? Then he looks at Mandalorian me and be like, and is she normally like that? And we're just gonna be like, yeah, pretty much.
Kind of?
Though
admittedly,
instead of
she seems to be on
choking
a bit of
people, she usually throws them. So, hey, Nilo, you lucked out you didn't get thrown halfway into the stratosphere.
He's also well aware that she was just as penchant for ripping things apart as she was for throwing them.
That too, but he's distinctly not mentioned that detail so as to not give the almost strangled to death Quarian a heart attack.
Yeah, remember the poor Quarian is already well familiar with her work. She's just like, I guess I should be happy I didn't lose my head entirely.
Yes.
It's just like, well, it's just, I don't. What should we do? I'm not sure letting a vengeful dead woman just run around is a good idea. If our interaction is anything to say.
Yeah.
Nilo is very clearly doing that, like, still trying to get in air. I imagine she's got severe. I imagine if it was visible at all, she probably has severe bruising around her neck.
Mhm.
Like that is not a good time.
Yeah, no. Marut doesn't look like and be like, well, at the very least,
She's just gone by
keep
now.
an eye on her. So he shoots up into the sky to not go into town, but keep an eye on her. But like basically like flying.
Actually, rather oddly, you notice she kind of seems to be circling the town at a distance.
Circling. Yeah.
Well, she's not to the town yet. She's still walking towards the town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we best follow after her to make sure she doesn't do anything too crazy.
I think we still need her for some nefarious purpose.
There's still a piece missing, isn't there?
Yeah. Which we're gonna have to sort of nudge her towards.
Yeah, so damn, I meant to rewatch that one thing. Oh well. Yeah, so Nilo's gonna get some help up from Legion, and then we're just start where we need to go. No matter what protests Nilo herself might personally have to chasing after someone who nearly took her head off.
So yeah.
Because Nilo found out firsthand, wow, those holo recordings those vids don't do anything, don't do her justice. She is freaking terrifying up close.
Yeah. So you get to the town. I'll say that she was circling the town when Baruch was ahead of the party, but when the rest of the party gets to when the rest of the party gets to the town, you see that she's at the main gate, and the guards are very confused.
I had a different idea.
Well, they stopped her. They stopped her as she was circling. We're like,
Yeah.
I'm
Which was
sorry. Like
Who are you?
the guards
yeah.
seem very confused, and not sure whether or not she's a threat.
Yeah, so I guess what are they saying to her?
um, are you? You're not. You don't look like a Gerudo from. You look like a Gerudo, but you don't look like you're from here. That armor is ancient and
Yeah, I was wanting to ask, what was the actual state of the armor? Is it still like
it's standard iron knuckle armor.
yeah, but like what was the like physical state of it? Was it like borderline new or was it
It's
or was it
it's
still
like
like absolutely rusted looking?
it's like used, but not. It's not brand new, but it's in good repair.
Okay. So nothing Kalani herself wouldn't have kept it in.
Hmm.
All
Um,
right.
the I, doesn't the guards one of the guards turns to the other and says, "Doesn't that look like iron knuckle armor? Iron knuckles
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
been around for thousands of years."
yeah. I'm yeah, I want to point out Kalani is seemingly like while her while her body seems motionless, she seems to be uh there seems to be she's like examining them effectively.
Hmm. Standing there with
Like
her arms crossed, like looking them up and down.
yeah, more or less sizing them up, uh full tactical assessment.
Hmm. Yeah, and the rest of the party.
Marut will just walk up and be like, "Well, Kalani, go ahead and give them whatever it is beratement you have planning up on their state or readiness or lack thereof. I can see it building within you. We wouldn't want it to burst out violently, now would we? Let's hurry up and get this over with. We got things to do."
Yeah,
One of the guards is like, "Did that Vo just call you Kalani? But you're a
who else
myth."
caught it? Who else caught up by now?
The entire rest of the party is there. But
Okay.
I assume so.
you're a myth. I was told. My Vaba told me about you as a to as a story to get me to fall asleep when I was young.
I like it is yeah, no, Kalani is still very quiet. I wonder if I wonder if I'm wondering whether or not I should roll an intimidation or not, just because she's just standing there.
They
Marut's
are
almost got
they
like his
are
arms crossed
they
over and his foot
they
tapping on the ground
they
very
they,
quickly
they
at
are
high speed.
they are pretty intimidated of you. You can tell that like they do not want to fight
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
They just don't know if you are a threat to them or not.
Who is in charge here?
That would
Her
be
her voice is very much like a dagger, by the way.
hmm that would be Riju. She's our current chieftain.
She would be turned in for the night.
I think so.
Good. She's going to walk away.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a special idea because it helps it was the kind of thing that it's like it's terrifying,
Hmm.
but it also it also gets her point across very clearly.
Yeah, as the party is all walking away with her, you do hear the two guards basically fangirling over her.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're saying
She's
stuff like, "Can you believe we just met the Kalani of legend and
she never
stuff."
she never confirmed or denied anything. She just stood there. She only said those few things.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like,
So yeah, I mean they're free to believe what they want, but so yeah. Yeah, as far as Kalani's thinking, if I am indeed the legend they're talking about, well, then she's living proof that legends can get pissed off. So she's just gonna. So yeah, she walks another kind of half circle around Gerudo Town towards the back where. Yeah, no, seriously, there's just a giant hole. And I mean, on one hand, I kind of hesitate to do this to Brad, but on the other hand, I mean, he hasn't really used it all that much.
okay.
So Kalani's just gonna look up the big one as she thinks, because she hasn't heard any of our names so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if she was told, she wasn't listening. She's. Are you using that? Points to the sword on his back.
Yes, I tend to. You know what? For now. Here you go.
Do any of you have ink?
No. I'm trying to think. Would he also have any of the electro stuff?
I'm pretty sure you have at least one electro staff on.
Well, I know I have one just on my person.
Probably.
Yeah. Instead of my sword, which is my funky mangled helicopter blade beast, I'll hand the electro staff over and be like, I think you can make use of this. And then just points out.
Are you try to hand her the stick? She clearly wants the sword.
Staff. Ruby like, Kalani, it's an electro staff, like the one I used to have. It shocks people.
It needs to be a bladed weapon.
What do you need a blade for?
All will become clear shortly.
Muscles, just give her the helicopter blade.
She'll also need some ink. Nothing that can't be cleaned off later.
Yeah. And he's like, okay, fine, whatever. He hands her the quote sword, close quote.
Yeah. First, she's gonna pick it up and then realize it feels like it'd make a much better flying weapon than she initially expected.
Mm-hmm.
And using whatever, because I imagine with how many characters we have on us, we have to have some form of inkwell or something.
I'm sure Emiria has ink, yeah.
Emiria probably has ink. It was like, you realize that
so
both of me...
Yeah, so she's just going to write something on the... She's going to write something on the sword that none of us can read. Using the ink. And then she is going to wing the blade, and you will see it sort of curve, and then clearly embed itself in what might be the throne.
I'm gonna say it embeds itself in. I'm gonna say it like.
I imagine it embedded itself.
It does not. It does not embed itself. Yeah, it does not embed itself in the throne. You hear it loudly ping off the throne, and then it clatters to the ground.
There was the wood thing Riju sits on. I was imagining it stuck into that.
Oh, I didn't know there was a wooden thing she sits on. Also, how is Kalani throwing a sword like that?
Remember, it's a helicopter blade.
She's going to. You're asking how?
So it is an airfoil. It is a partial airfoil.
Yeah. How is she curving it?
Well, you see, You know how some people are able to do a curveball throw?
Okay, yeah, she's gonna need to make a check for that.
That's fine. I
That's
mean,
it.
because it's
It's
either
gonna
that or
be
it goes overhead,
that's going to
or it goes
be
over the throne.
essentially just an attack roll with her axe on her stat block there, so +8.
All right. Let me just pull up the thing. Yeah. God, everything's in my way.
That's a D29.
Clearly. I don't know how that happened. Oh, I see how it happened. 9 and yeah. Oh, didn't roll that well. Oh well.
Yeah, it pings off a rock and clatters to the ground in the throne room. Very loudly, I might add.
Eh, it'll be enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You start to hear some shouting.
Yeah. She's just gonna. Yeah, she's just gonna walk away. Let's find somewhere to make camp.
So does the sword return, or is it just clatter there, and you're just going to leave it there till we
Yeah.
go back there tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll probably get it back eventually.
Okay.
It was
I
a.
was just curious
It was
which
a.
we were
It was
doing.
a fidge.
Mhm.
It just made the most sense for Kalani.
Mhm.
Find the most exploitable weakness and then point it out.
This is going to not go over well tomorrow.
Nope. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roots already just like doing the head shake, being like,
I should probably.
oh dear.
I'll go ahead and quietly send send Hannah what the message was,
Okay.
so that way she can come back with that later.
Yep. So yeah, you make camp outside the city. You still hear shouting from the throne room, but I'm gonna say you're not in eyesight of it.
Yeah. I
So
mean, it
yeah,
wouldn't be that hard to go back to Karakar Bazaar.
yeah. So you are all in camp.
Mhm.
Yeah. So. So uh, Nilo sitting notably away from Kalani, preferably well outside of grabbing range.
Talking mad crap for someone in grappling distance.
Uh-huh.
Where was it that we needed to find the power
You don't know.
bird?
We weren't told.
Oh, we weren't. I thought it was like we were told some sort of like cave or something.
Something. We were told it might have an issue and that it might be corrupt, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is. All right.
Well, that's
That
not
Root,
a lot to
explains.
go off of.
Root will ask Kalani where she thinks that a corrupt version of the power portion of herself would go.
She ponders for a minute, noting the fact that she once again noting the fact that she doesn't feel complete.
Mm-hmm.
She just no matter what my emotions, my loyalties lie in Gerudo lands. Whether it be the frozen highlands or the scorching desert. Any part of me would most likely remain here or nearby. Unless there is an unless of course Hyrule robbed another Gerudo artifact.
Uh-huh. Uh Any particular nearby? Because it's kind of. He just gestures with a hand to the open desert around them.
If it's part of my spirit, I'm not entirely certain.
Mm-hmm.
You did not find anything in ancestral tombs?
Not particularly, other than directions to the cave where we found one part of you, and that we were looking for, well, the 3 parts of you that aren't connected.
If you say it's corrupted, then perhaps
Well,
evil, then perhaps evil has taken it.
we
Perhaps
don't
we
know
would
if
need to
it's
find
corrupt.
the current. We may
The
need to
current.
find the current iteration of the wielder of the blade. They
Oh,
might have a better
lovely.
idea as to where the Demon King lies.
Lovely. I
Those
look
are the
back
best
at the others,
theories
it's
I
like,
have.
we have to hike another 3 days back to where the boat is docked to go
I
talk to
think
them
I
two and
think you
hike.
were I think you were actually told by several NPCs that the Demon King is currently dead.
Oh, yeah.
Kalani wasn't made
Yeah.
aware of that.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No, I was meaning the rest of the party was.
Yeah. I'll do that. You're like, my friend, he's dead. Or at least that's what we've been told.
Like, mega dead.
She looks up from the fire. Truly.
Well, that's what we've been told. By lots of people.
If common folk are rabbling about it, it must be true to an extent. In which case, I have no further theories.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just lovely.
What are Vagar and Nymeria doing currently?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Kalani knows herself, but she also knows that the search radius is far too wide.
Yeah, what are Vagar and Nymeria doing currently?
Frickin', I don't know. There's.
There's a dead woman in front of us.
Oh
And
no,
it's not by
that
Amelia's
part is
making.
normal.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to figure out how a dead person and a live person became one dead person again. Actually, is Kalani still dead or is she flesh?
Kalani is fully alive currently.
Ah, okay. Well, a dead person and a live person became a live person.
So it's a
Yeah.
zombie, but not a zombie, but it's also a zombie, but it's not a zombie.
Yes. Like,
It's a zombie that was unzombified.
Yes.
Also,
So
how
an
did
undead
the
that
old
is
ones
not an undead.
An
Yes.
undead, when you
It
kill
might
it,
be
becomes a
prudent.
re-dead. So a revived
Yeah.
re-dead.
So
No, I have those things.
She's re-dead.
Oh, you have
undead?
undead that are animated undead that used to be dead that you turned into undead. This was an undead that became a regular dead that was then revived to a living person.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but there's also a live person in that mix. And was that person alive this entire time? We don't know. She didn't answer any questions.
Yeah.
By the way, she literally couldn't talk, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have
So,
written
there's
something. Or
yeah, so
sign
there's
language.
yeah. Nilo is how much range do I need to do that actually? Let me look at that real quick. I should. Yep. Oh. Nilo wants to do that, but no.
What does Neela want to
That
do?
would involve getting within grappling distance.
What does Neela want to do?
Cast Identify, but
Oh.
on Kalani to see if it gets us any leads of any form. But but I just read it. The range is touch. That would put her within grappling distance. Please no.
Do you want me to do it?
I know I'm both characters, but like, why wouldn't she at least be temporarily traumatized?
Mm-hmm.
It's I guess it's like Amiria will cast Identify and like portray it off as like asking questions and like trying to get Kalani up to speed. It's like, okay, so
Yeah.
you might want to know why we brought you back.
I am surprised to see Varut, if nothing else.
Well, how do I explain this? So various bits and pieces of the multiverse are sort of, how would you say it? Falling on top of each other, phasing through each other.
Yes, and so there's this problem with this individual that we have been told that you met before, named
Griswold is
Quillrith.
running about causing chaos, as usual.
Well, we don't know it's her. We just know
Well,
that
that's
she's
true.
out there somewhere.
Griswold is running around who knows where. Juno's back
Yes.
at the ship. Carl is not with her, though. She
What?
for some reason seems to think that a pack of cockroaches are Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Brains keep taking
Reasonably
water.
sized cockroaches, I might have you add.
Yeah,
You know, when he says cockroaches, he'll like
Juno as
put his
well.
arms wide to say that, you know, to show how big the giant roaches are.
Yes.
Juno as well.
Assumed. What is it? And then after getting
Oh,
the
and
ever so lovely
Gilrith
Juno and
said-
this chuckle nut over here, we assumed you would be the next easiest. Of course, that was before we figured out you were dead.
yeah. Although getting here was not pleasant at all.
No, no.
I had heard
Reminds me a bit of
from
traveling through the
Quillrith that I had heard from the lizard. Quillrith he was? It had
Yes.
been ages since I'd heard that name. He he's he made mention that my home was difficult to get to.
Yes.
Though
Oh,
I
also,
suspected you frankly, I suspected you too weak to make the journey, Varut.
me? I'm offended at that. You should know me better than that. Invent a solution around my problem.
Someone as powerful as Quillrith claimed getting to my world was difficult.
Fair. We did have to fly around a black hole, but other than that, you know, smooth sailing.
I'm not familiar with the astrological phenomenon of which you speak.
Think of a star, but less light. A lot more force. Anyways, I digress. Also, and this is the part you're gonna love the most. You know that funky crystal thing we spent all that time gathering for Cornelia?
Does Varut know about that?
Yeah, he would know about that.
Yeah, Varut knows about it. It's
That it went
you guys were-
he knows about the ether gem, but did he hear about it?
Going
Getting
missing?
going missing. Yeah, he would have.
I
Okay.
assume he was briefed about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm assuming that. Like, you know that funky gem that we spent all that time and effort going through to get?
Hard to forget. It was the entire point of our excursion.
Well, it's missing.
I had assumed it destroyed.
And Quillrith has no idea who took it or where it went. It's just.
I'm actually trying to think. I don't think Kalani ever fully grasped the concept of who or what exactly Quillrith is. She just knew he was powerful.
I don't think she did
Oh,
either.
and
Yeah.
he's
So
a
she's
god.
not familiar with him being an elder god or anything like that.
Does
Or
anyone know
even
that he's an elder
comparatively
deity?
what the hell that would mean.
Wait, does anyone know that he's an elder deity?
I think
I
the
don't think they
I
do.
think the main
Baru
party.
probably knows by now because we made mention of it, but
Yeah, I think the main party plus Varut and Juno do know because I believe he did. It was directly told to them by someone like Ticker or Skirbo that yeah he's an overgod.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and he's an overgod, whatever that means. I don't know. Deity ranks, who knows what they are. But yeah, apparently he's a deity. He's a god. Would explain a couple
A
things
god
about.
amongst gods. It would certainly explain a few things, save for his plentiful dealings with mortals.
Yes. Yeah. So he
The gods
doesn't.
around here are quiet and only talk to a select few. If legends are to be believed. If you don't believe in legends, then they don't talk at all.
Yeah. So he doesn't have any idea where that gem went to. So it's who knows where.
Is Varut going to mention
Potentially.
that he is
Um,
like? Is Varut going to mention that Quillrith is very injured currently?
I mean, so
He was in
I
the
recall.
he was in the room when Quillrith got injured.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in Medbay.
Somewhere.
Why would a why would an why would a god amongst gods need medical attention?
Well, because he was injured, obviously. But how? Well, that guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine.
Gods tend to die a lot, especially where I'm from. You get over it.
Then yours must be exceptionally weak.
Around
Roof giving you like the
I
side
would
eye.
I would have
Yeah.
to agree. I would have to agree. The most I would have to agree. If if gods were so easily slain, then the cycle of violence would have ended in this world long ago.
Well, one just replaces another and then calls themselves that same thing.
Uh-huh.
Seems most unlikely. Seems most unlikely for the Golden Three.
Well, if stories are to be told, if the stories you believe are to be told, well, are to be true, then they don't interact with mortals, and therefore have little chance of dying from their own.
There was tale of one of them reincarnating at some point, though details on that are fuzzy at best. I never personally believed in the goddess Hylia.
So it seems.
which is which is so damn funny out of context. Like out of our current context, that is
Yeah.
honestly kind of funny. Like it makes sense for a character, but in universe, it's funny.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Alrighty.
But yes,
how
funny
was
either
the
them things going things are going a little not so well in the rest of realities. We ourselves had to fight beings that weren't meant to be here, terrible reflections of other things that could have been, and over deity not doing so hot. We've been tasked to fix this. And you and these other guys seem to be our only ticket out.
If you were hoping I had some extra insight, then I'm afraid you're mistaken. My 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 experience with the my experience with my experience with Varut and the others was long ago. Sometimes I thought it a dream. Others I've and then other nights I remember dying. There many details are somewhat many details are old to me or forgotten. I remember not which were legend or which were fact. What I told what I told my children is as stories to or which or which were simple or which simply were. I had certain proofs, the the Lionel the Lionel parts, as well as slaying Goma. Other than
Yes.
other than that, and a few select artifacts, many of which are likely lost by now, I simply instead rem- I simply instead remember growing old until my body failed me. I was knowing knowing some of my spirit, I would wager I stayed along, mostly mostly because of my regret that I died so peacefully. Although I remember watching my daughter's eulogy. She kind of has a look of pride. She she says, "Of course, death took me in my sleep. There would have been a fight otherwise."
Um.
Oh yes, I assume that identify has been cast at
Yeah.
this rate.
Identify. So identify cast on Kalani tells you that about a third of her soul is missing. Um. And that third of her soul is an echo.
Oh,
It
Oh,
doesn't. It doesn't.
lovely.
It does not tell you where it is.
Yeah.
Big sad.
we need like legend lore or something like that. If Kalani was
Yeah.
an item.
Yeah.
Okay, the
But
object is where
I think legend lore works on people.
But there's also a 5th level spell.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't worry. I have a plan for how you're gonna find out where you're going.
No,
Okay,
it's
okay.
okay. It's okay.
Like, does anyone have
What
that
was the
amazing,
purpose of your magic?
guiding hand or whatever?
Purpose
got
of the
nothing.
magic is to find out wherever the third part of your soul is. I guess Amir wouldn't say correct. Wherever the part of the third part of your soul is, as well
I,
as to make sure that you are in fact not an illusion. We've had our fair dealings with those as of recent.
illusions are of the highest annoyance.
Yes, so you understand the struggle.
My It is difficult to say what simple. It is difficult to say. She she's kind of she kind of sort of she kind of places one hand on her opposite forearm. If I were to wager, it feels as though my aspect of power is missing.
Yep, that's what
Difficult to
they
say.
said.
Difficult to say what it would do without courage or wisdom.
What about if it was corrupted? That's what your pal Mazgoshia said it was.
Her expression hardens instantly. The monk was present.
He's the one that told us where to find, well, the two of you that are you.
Yes. It is partially because of him you have to think that you are not a mad raving soul in a cave, or a mute old woman on the side of the highway.
She mutters a few things in a language none of you understand, but given her tone, it's easy to guess not kind things.
Are they Gerudo curse words?
More than likely, yes.
Root probably knows like one or two of them and is like, yes. Brings back memories.
Before she mutters, I imagine my sudden return from the afterlife must be his responsibility.
Root shrugs.
They can never leave well enough alone. Yeah.
What's everyone's passive perception?
Let me take a look here.
Root
Let's see.
is
It's a
22.
16.
Barton is 16.
Something tells me it's below, what is it, everyone else's.
15 for Nilo.
I should have pulled
Unclear what it is for Legion, but his perception is a 3.
So
That'd be
13.
13.
Yeah, so 13.
Right.
And Kalani, we are looking at a
17, yeah?
Yeah, 17.
Right. Passive perception. That is a. Oh, I do have that. 15.
If I had correctly caught on to the math you have just given me.
It's perception modifier plus 10.
Okay, then I did. Yes, 17.
I mean, it says it on Kalani's. Passive under senses, passive perception. Anyways, Spencer, what's passive perception for Emiria?
15.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Okay, so let's see here. Kalani, Varut. What was Bradley's again?
16.
Okay, Kalani and Varut. They're the only two with high enough passive perceptions for this. Notice the monk sitting underneath a palm tree just outside the firelight.
Root will fall on face palm and be like, and then just mutter, "Speak of the devil. He's right there."
Grab nearest rock, huck it at him.
Yeah, you see it glow yellow for a moment before just dropping to the ground. And then he turns around and starts just walking towards you calmly. I had nothing to do with your revival, Kalani.
And yet you still live.
The return of the calamity was foretold. I had to survive to see the return through.
Yeah.
Why? Aren't there plenty of other whatever you are? Sheikah monks, wasn't it? You said?
Is that why you buried the equipment? Not only to sate the Mad King, but also as a hidden stash of weapons for the future.
Correct. Your descendant actually went on to pilot Vonaboris. Urbosa was her name.
Yeah. Surprises me more that Naboris saw combat once again.
Oh, you used him?
Of course. It was an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell.
I know not how. I vaguely remember the controls of your vehicles. Many, many buttons and dials.
Yeah, yeah.
This wasn't that. There were certain
I
things I
was
had to
thinking more of.
access manually, but others, it was as if
Mm.
Boris obeyed my very thoughts. I
Oh.
had save not for those. Were it not for those. Were it not for those. Were it not for those boots I found, there I would have likely had difficulty holding my footing as the beast moved across the field, faster than I ever could have imagined.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing. There was nothing quite like seeing thousands upon thousands of enemies, only for them only for them to be trampled underfoot as if I were nothing more than a horse running in the wind and trampling over mere insects.
Naboris was designed to be the most powerful of the divine beasts, little more than a blunt weapon.
Its lightning ability, its lightning magics were nothing short of admirable.
Oh.
Large ra- If an enemy was too far away to be trampled underfoot, I could simply and she'd snap her fingers and
Mm-hmm.
they'd be little more than charred ash.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Not too
not to
dissimilar
be
to the purple lasers on an AT-AT. So if I recall, that thing was a lot bigger.
Naboris was so powerful, in fact, that they had explicitly designed a helm of sorts to keep certain outside soldiers from being struck down by its might.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Just a
The
small
fight,
problem.
I
the
never
fight, the
I
the,
never wore it myself.
the later fight was not as grand as your battle with the Calamity.
What was grand about it? There was bloodshed, violence, and during the war itself I had to spend every waking moment not only controlling Naboris, but also fighting off any monster that actually managed to infiltrate, many of which were spawned in through the dark magics of the Demon King. I had to dis- I remember destroying one of my I remember destroying one of my only mementos I had of Varut during that fight. The I forget what you called it. You play you modified my weapon.
Ah, yes. That.
You If I remember correctly, it only had a certain amount of charges. At a
Yeah.
particular grisly point in the fight, I had to expend all of them at once. You
That
should have seen you should
would
have
have been.
seen the way they were flung through Nab- Naboris's viewing platform.
That would
There
have
was
been.
not a single spot of
The
that
sights
platform that was big enough for a monster to fit, and
that
yet they still went through.
probably the same consistency as butter. Warm butter. That would have been
What
quite
I
the
what I meant
seismic
was that
blast.
what I meant was the battle was not nearly as grand of scale. It seems that Calamity Ganon had studied our technology in exile and turned it against us. Were it not for the swordsman and the princess taking decisive action, all would have been lost.
So that is what those Stalfos were doing.
I'm sorry, what Stalfos is she referring to?
Well, that's the thing. It's just something from her fight. She might
Oh,
not have even told anyone because it wasn't consequential at the
but
time.
as I was
She's
saying, I did not cause you to be revived. That was caused by magic beyond this world.
and you've not the slightest idea as to why.
None whatsoever, unfortunately.
Hmm. And yet you always seem to claim to see all that could not that could that could never be seen by most.
And imagine how distressing that this is something I cannot see. You can hear a little bit of anger in his voice when he says that, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you
Like,
can. It's worth pointing out. Anyone who wants to roll an insight, they're probably just gonna get it. There is very clear tension between these two. They had a professional relationship at best,
um,
as it seems almost as if Kalani is almost choking on every one of her words to not say what she really thinks about him with every passing moment.
what I can see is that I believe if you continue on your path with these companions, he gestures at the rest of the party, that you will discover what it was that caused you to be revived and put a stop to
What
its
could they
more dangerous effects.
what could they possibly want of a shriveled old warrior as myself? I'm not I'm not the spring cuckoo I used to be. I'm not I'm not fit for battle.
Your strength will return in time, and your gauntlets are still stored safely within Gerudo Town. Perhaps they would allow you to regain some of your former might.
Everyone seems so confident that someone as old as I can do anything. Those gauntlets were merely an extension. They'd be much better suited for someone else. And
Have you noticed that you do not possess the advanced age you did when you passed? You were revived in your physical prime. It simply is the missing power component that results in your feeling of less raw strength.
I'm gonna actually pause at that. Look over to Varut, and then she's just gonna take his helmet and look at the reflection in it.
Mhm.
It wasn't on. He was sort of like holding it
Yeah,
under his
yeah, but
arm.
it's the most easily
Yeah,
accessible
yeah, yeah,
reflective surface either way.
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. You're gonna be like, what? Is the rest of my armor not polished enough to act as a mirror as well?
Yeah,
Stand in front of me?
yeah, she's. I mean, he probably could tell there were other things on her mind. A lot of other things.
Yeah, yeah. No, when she grabs the helmet, she's like, "What's the rest of my armor not polished? And there's sand
She
mucking up the."
she looks at it and even notes that one of her eyes does seem a little dimmer. Specifically, the one that's supposed to be amber. It's actually like a lot dimmer now because that part of her is missing.
Mhm.
She's just, and then she actually like undoes her the gauntlets she's currently wearing, and sees that her hands are back when she was able to tear things apart with her bare hands.
Mhm.
Such things are not heard of here.
The monk just shrugs. Like it's the most casual gesture you have ever seen from him. He is
Because
he is
it's worth pointing.
dumbfounded.
Yeah, because it's worth pointing out. We've literally seen what he looks like about 10,000 years ago, and now he just looks like a walking corpse.
Yeah,
Kalani looks like she hasn't aged a day in
yeah.
over 12 since she was in her early 30s. She's freaking like like if anything, that has to be the biggest slap in the face to Maj ever.
Yeah, Maz is clearly dumbfounded by how Kalani is alive.
Mhm.
I don't. What could? But why us? What could? All we did was fight. All we did was fight off that relatively minor threat, Croneria.
You call. Wait a second. Do we know she's a goddess? No, we know she was a. Varut and Kalani definitely know she was a goddess.
Oh,
Goddess of time.
Yeah, you
This
do
is
know
just
that she was the goddess of time.
Yeah, but from Kalani's perspective, she was very much a minor threat. We picked up a few things and then pointed a thing at her, and she went.
Varut
She
immediately
basically
begins
has
checking
no context
Kalani
for
for
how
head wound, and then
powerful
just
Croneria actually was.
yeah, and then you just hear Varut muttering, "You must be missing memories, Kalani. You remember she was the goddess of time? If that's not a major threat, nothing is.
Yes.
You remember all the weird time shenanigans that happened because of our employee with her, like that whole mess with that weird art room
She
with the
thinks about it
monkeys."
for. Are you sure she wasn't just a wizard?
time that rocks fell on you and then you got
Yeah.
sent back 10
It's
minutes.
like, remember, it's been a long time for her.
You remember when things would happen and then we would magically go back in time to right before they happened, but still remember that they happened, and she was fighting simultaneously that massive lizard monster thing, which was actually Quillworth the whole time.
I remember Quillrith shape changing shape from the spiked creature, and I also remembered simply pointing a staff of some sort towards
Well, yeah,
towards
we got
Croneria
the magic
instead of the
stick
seemingly
thing.
dangerous monster.
We got the magic stick thing. We decided to trust the hints and insights from Quillworth's book that we got, not knowing that he was the lizard monster thing on the mountain, pointed the stick with the magic gem thing, and fired, and that weakened her enough for him to just swallow her, I guess, or something. I don't know.
By the way,
Groot.
while you're talking about this, um,
Yeah.
both of you notice that the monk just disappears. Like,
Yeah.
And he's gone.
You guys
Good
see
in-
him disappear? I mean, he was just there, and then now he's gone.
Fate.
So I mean, like,
Good riddance.
I hear old cats like to do that when they're about to die.
Yeah. She's just
yeah.
Varut,
Hopefully it's
I'll
that.
have you know I lived till Varut, I'll have you know I lived to around 118. Surprisingly advanced for my people. Though
Okay.
as much as I,
Yeah.
though
So what you're
this
saying
a
is you
medical
got old and
technology
senile.
helped.
So what you're saying is you got old and senile.
My mind was surprisingly sharp. I'm just granting you context for why certain details may have been lost to time, even to myself.
He just sort of throws his hands up and I give up. All right, fine, have it your way.
She basically at least lived for an extra 80 years afterwards. No wonder she can't remember every little detail.
It was a period of like a couple months, like thousands of years ago.
Yeah. yeah. It wasn't for her oh hey, because it is honestly really funny because from
Well,
Varut's
it's like it's
perspective,
only been
this
3 years, and he's like special forces and a Mandalorian, and
yeah
apparently he's force
yeah he's
sensitive.
been
Do
And
all
he
the
probably
he
fun
had
helping.
three
He's like,
years
remember, it was like this and this and this. Plus, he has
yeah,
all of
and
the
she lived a
holographic
full
records.
life and
It's
then
like,
proceeded to have a
that
long
was
ass
like,
afterlife.
it's like, okay, discounting the 10,000 years I've been a dead ghost wandering the sands. That was
Yeah,
still like
it was still
90
like
years
93
ago,
years
man.
ago. I had I had great grandchildren when I died. Perhaps even great great grandchildren. It's like he's she's just like uh it matters
That's why he's like, I give
matters
up.
little.
I give up.
You said so the stone that was in the staff went missing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes. And we
And
don't know
currently
how.
you do not know Griswold's whereabouts.
No, apparently she's hopping about, causing chaos as usual. So
I do
normal,
recall her being
normal
I
day.
do recall her being quite the troublemaker. Knowing her, she may have caused mayhem even where not intended.
Mhm.
Okay, so you all get a long rest.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yay! Mm.
Feel
Yay! Yay! Nilo is feeling a lot better after not dying.
And you
It actually occurred to me earlier today that Nilo's having the worst of it in this sphere so far because she
mhm.
nearly died twice.
And you all awaken to the sound of metal clattering against stone. And you see several Gerudo standing in front of you with Bradley's sword on the ground.
Oh, yeah. See, I told you
There
this would
it
come
is.
back to haunt us. Like, no, you just
Root just
had
looks
to
over at the
throw the
sword and
bait.
then over at Kalani. Is like, Kalani, what did you write on that sword?
She will she will go from a relatively relaxed position to uh to standing 100% full height.
Hmm. Yeah, the
Rather slow and just
she's
enough that you can almost hear her joints popping.
she is
Both
taller.
knees
She
stand
is
up.
taller than most of the Gerudo, but one of the Gerudo
Yeah,
who has a great sword is about the
yeah.
same height as her.
Yeah. Because it is worth
And
pointing out because Kalani and also Boliara
Hmm.
are like kind of the exceptions here because most of the Gerudo, like Kalani was always meant to be like gigantic,
Yeah.
but for the most part, Gerudo are average out only around 7.5 feet tall.
Well, they're
Although
all
one of them
Spartan
does
size.
make the passive claim about being almost 8.5 feet tall, even though the math didn't check out. But whatever.
Um.
So they're all the same size as me. Oh,
Yeah.
as we all stand up, Varut will just use the force to just summon the sword and then hand it to Spartan to put away. Do they react at all at just telepathically summoning the sword from?
No. No. They don't. They don't. They don't
yeah,
seem to
Oh,
notice.
how do they work?
But
Yeah.
the lead Gerudo, who everyone but Kalani, well, actually no, who Nilo and
no.
Emiria recognize
Yep.
as the chieftain. And the one right next to her
Neil,
is her bodyguard.
yeah. Nilo just kind of timidly waves.
Um, she just looks at Kalani. Her face is like very serious. She just says, "Your ancestors are angry. Now, what could that possibly mean?
How easy? Tell me, how easy was it to? Huh, my aim was off. Yet how simple would it have been to take your head from that distance?
Root will just look up at Kalani and be like,
And I
"There's
want to
only
point
one
out
of you.
it. And I want
Why
to point
use
out, Kalani
plural?"
says this to the other Gerudo, despite the fact that she's clearly a lot shorter than the others, which implies she might be a teenager at most.
Mm-hmm.
Root will just look at Kalani and be like, "There's only one of you. Why'd you use the plural?"
It takes a village. I didn't build Gerudo Fortress by myself.
Oh yeah, but surely you meant that you were angry, not that you and all the other from your time were. Nah,
they were-
you know what? Forget it.
We could get over the
If they were here, they'd be
like you said.
if they were here, they'd be just as furious.
Yes.
With respect to you as a legendary figure, I'm trying to figure out what exactly she would say. We do
Did
not.
Nilo and Amiria mention to us the back window into the desert in the palace?
You all saw it.
Yeah, you all saw
Okay,
it. It's where
we
she
all
threw
saw
the
it.
sword.
Oh yeah, like, well, now, tactically speaking, it is very dumb to have such a obvious open access point to the throne, and you specifically
That is
in
one
your
of
palace with
and
the
that is
walls
one of at
barrier.
least and that was only one of at least 16 major security risks I witnessed just by examining your outer walls.
Things here are
Scorching,
definitely very
Scorching Sands knows how many more were inside.
lax. It's certainly
The
no imperial military.
the greatsword Gerudo steps up and just says, "It is not your time anymore, relic."
Did you lose?
Oh,
Did you perhaps lose? It is any wonder you'd be able to keep the town in such a state, or did you possibly lose to a raid at some point recently?
We were at war. The Demon King's forces were rampaging.
And your defenses were unprepared.
She gestures to the chieftain. Riju was able to keep our people safe.
And relying your entire military on a child.
Her leadership is not to be underestimated. Also, Kalani knew she didn't mean like literally like being a warrior. Like
Yeah.
she meant like
Yeah.
the chieftain led them through the danger safely, kind of thing.
Yeah. 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 No, I know. Kalani, I will grant that you have their loyalty. I will grant them that. But I will grant them that. But they don't. But none of these but having your warriors purely dependent on leadership of one is not always the wisest choice. You are young, and I will accept that. But some of the things I've witnessed could have only been happening for much longer than your rule.
So I want to make a small retcon here, real quick. I'm
Yeah.
just going to make a change because it just makes way more sense.
Yeah.
I want to make a change that hole is new. Like that whole happened like during the upheaval kind of thing.
Maybe during the Great Calamity, kind of recent. Because like it was there in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I know it was there in Breath of the Wild. I want to retcon it out of existence in Breath of the Wild.
And it makes sense because it really does make sense because the Yiga stole from the Gerudo.
Oh yeah.
So it makes sense that it'd be there. Yeah.
The calamity wreaked havoc on our village, and we have been doing all we can to hold together.
Mm-hmm.
I heard of a champion named Urbosa. Was she the chief?
The chieftain during the calamity itself, she died in battle.
Then the rot is deeper than I expected.
Okay then.
Yeah. Her. If
my friend, you care to
if
explain
such
that to the
things
rest
could
of us?
cause if the death of one chieftain is enough to cause decay on this scale, perhaps you need to re-examine certain policies.
Oh, did you say rod or rot?
Rot.
Oh, okay. I heard rod, which is why I was so confused. I was like, R-O-D.
Yeah,
like,
no, I understand. If that's what I said, that would have made no sense.
Yeah. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what does a stick have to do with anything?
Until the calamity, we have lived in much more peace than we have in the past. Our people have enjoyed greater freedom. Increased security would be safer, but more restrictive.
And yet, that very same
Baaack
security also prepared many of the Gerudo Vi for the world outside the walls.
Kalani specifically notices a look on Varut's face because he's not wearing his helmet.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a sudden understanding, almost like he's seen this movie before, because he has, with Mandalore.
Yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
He just has, and she just hears him go, ah.
Yeah, now he's starting to understand why
Seen this before.
Out of character by prepare them for outside. Is it like because Gerudo weren't trusted in Kalani's time?
That and the fact that making their own journeys to find the one they would wish to be with is just a dangerous journey in general.
Mm-hmm.
Because monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Varut will just lean over and be like, listen, my people used to be just like yours. Same thing. And then they got lax. And the short version is, you know what happened? They got wiped out. Exterminated.
Kalani turns.
Exterminated by people who...
The green fire.
Yes. Yes. And then hunted down across the rest of the galaxy on anyone who weren't on planet. Exterminated like vermin by others because we were, quote, too much of a threat, close quote, in case we remilitarize.
Okay, Joey, I really should have nipped this in the bud earlier. I'm really trying for this not to turn into a city building simulator, okay?
No, it's okay. I wasn't doing anything severe. I was doing more of a...
Yeah, I know. I'm trying...
Kalani is immediately pointing out where the problems are and why they're problems.
No, what I'm meaning is I'm trying...
to take responsibility for fixing it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to turn this into a conflict with the Gerudo because I'm sorry. It's... This is turning into a little bit crazy for me, so we're just gonna skip past it, alright? I have no idea how to plan for this. I have no idea what to do.
Okay.
No sitting pretty.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's alright.
It's
It
good.
happens.
Sometimes the players go. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't had a situation where the player goes this far outside what was happening till now.
We do have a tendency to go off the path.
Yeah,
Drive
yeah,
little off the weeds.
because do you have any idea how common this sort of thing is in other games, in
Yeah,
other people's games?
yeah, I
Like it
know.
is ridiculously
You get
common.
I know that.
sidetracked off into the weeds.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm like I said,
We're
I'm just
just
surprised
going
we haven't hit
to
this point till now.
we're just going to kind of skip past this talking. We're gonna say
Yeah,
that
yeah,
at one point Kalani and Buliara do come to blows, but they end up getting stopped by Riju, who traps both of them in cages of lightning and gets them to stop fighting.
yeah.
Um, and there's some sort of agreement that has come to, and Riju recommends that in order to find the missing part of Kalani, they go ask the Great Fairy for help.
Yeah,
The great who?
yeah.
I'm
That
sorry,
works.
I was getting overwhelmed and I didn't
Yeah,
have enough time to
yeah. No,
properly
that
plan
that
this
works.
session.
At most, I'll have you know. At most, I was gonna have Kalani just literally just kind of point out where the biggest problems were, and then like the absolute craziest she would do is later just test them by just doing a full frontal charge
I know
by yourself
it's just a
and see if
lot.
it
It's just a lot, and I'm trying, and I already feel
absolutely
like
works.
I'm doing a little too much with Golden Space, and just because I do
Okay.
like Golden Space, and I'm just trying to balance things and make it not feel like I'm playing favorites. And
Hmm.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're just vibing, man. Just
Mm-hmm.
vibing.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. I didn't mean nothing by it. Just just doing what made sense to Kalani.
Anyways, we're just gonna skip ahead to the party is on the road towards the
Just
towards the
yeah.
Great Skeleton, which Kalani knows that that's where the Great Fairy is.
Yeah.
Ah, great fairy.
Yeah.
But a different great fairy. Or are there? Wait,
I mean it
is there only
I
one
mean it's
great fairy?
buried now, but that's not that big of a problem. She remembers roughly where it is.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. On the rope. You know. Ah.
Yeah. So yeah. So just because it would make sense comes forward. Looks as though the sands swallowed it. Just kind of looks around.
You're not there yet.
There's a cave.
You are not there
Yeah.
yet. You are on the road
Oh,
to
okay.
there.
On the road.
Okay.
I have a plan
Is
for
it
an
like a distance
encounter on
road?
the way.
All right.
Alright.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hmm. Yes. On the road. But yes, Varut, what about that statement earlier? You said something along the lines of "speak of the devil." So, but why would you ever refer to a devil?
Ow.
It's a turn of phrase.
Common
It's a figure of
phrase.
speech.
I guess
Well,
is
It,
it a
I
figure
mean,
of
it is.
speech that Baru would actually know?
Well, I figured that's a common enough phrase
It's
that would be in
honestly,
Star
I'm pretty
Wars.
sure demons do I'm pretty sure demons, or at least the concept of demons, exist to some extent in Star Wars, so possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But this is a devil we're talking about, not a demon.
For the most part, outside of like D&D and certain other mythological groups, the two words are synonymous.
Yeah.
I know, but what is it? But specifically in Amiria's space, there is a very big difference between the two.
Yeah.
It's actually interesting because Innistradi demons are more like devils, and Innistradi devils are more like demons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Devils are like little guys that like to pull pranks and then explode into fire when they die.
Yeah.
And like Innistradi demons are like the hierarchical ones.
Right. They're the ones that like have entire cults based around them, which is also another concept that Amiria is having a problem with. It's like, so is the Demon King like the king of demons, or is he merely a demon who has deemed himself king?
Doesn't matter. He's dead.
You have a point
He's
there,
a ruler
but it's
over.
like,
He won't stay that way.
Would Kalani actually know that?
Given the fact that, given the whole premise behind the, given that it's commonly theorized, or at least at the time when I originally wrote Kalani, and what I had said in the past as Kalani, it was commonly theorized that the reason the divine beasts were even made in the first place was specifically because the Sheikah finally went, okay, you know what? Screw the cycle.
Okay.
So
how
I
vague
imagine
was
Kalani is it, and not only that, but like because Gerudo are well aware of their own not only that, but like if you look at just Urbosa's diary, you'd realize that the Gerudo keep a way better history record of their own people than just about anyone else in Hyrule.
Oh
I
yeah.
would argue the only ones who don't is I would argue the only ones who don't would have been the only ones who would have been better at it would have been the Sheikah, but that's just because it's the freaking Sheikah.
Oh yeah. Also, Kalani got her gauntlets back, just so you're aware.
Oh, okay.
So that happened in the
Yeah.
meantime.
Her gauntlets and her axe. She got both back.
Yeah.
But yes, okay. So, but during that period of time in which Kalani was dead and also not dead, would she remember that Ganon has come back several times?
He didn't actually come back several times when she was dead.
Yeah. In her context, it only happened once. In her context, it only would have happened once, and I'm currently just theorizing that her spirit must have split around the time the Great Calamity happened, which is why she has little memory of the last. Which is why she has little spiritual memory of the last 100 years. Because that's just what I'm rolling with.
Well,
I feel like it makes
her spirit split when the convergence happened.
Yeah, and Golden Space is notoriously weird with its time, so
yeah.
For me, the timeline matches up.
Okay.
For me, the timeline matches up.
Okay.
Anyways.
Well, let's just continue on.
Yeah. Yes.
That's just what made the most sense to me. So, yeah. She's just. So she will explain the title of Demon King is the one who will ultimately rise to power and become effectively the Lord of Monsters, the true reigning master of every demon and dark creature that walks these lands. Some would think the title a myth, others would simply point to the blood moon and ask that to be explained any other way. I would count myself in the latter.
By the way, when you mentioned the blood moon, Kalani, give me a insight check.
Sure. Let me look at which one that is.
That's wisdom based.
She doesn't have that as a precept.
Yeah, so just a straight wisdom check then.
All right.
So the Demon King is not actually a demon, but merely a title.
No, that would be +2, so that's a 15.
What?
That would be +2
Oh,
straight
sorry, that's a
wisdom check.
saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that. Sorry, I misread that.
Anyways,
That's the saving
15,
throw, not the-
15 still does it.
Yeah.
When you now that you mention the blood moon, it gets you thinking about something, and you sense a whiff of malice about Bradley.
Just me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Malice as in the
Okay.
Calamity Ganon kind.
Yeah. No, I know. So she's like, now that I think of it, she kind of gets close to the Spartan. Why do I?
He just does that sort of like half lean, like while looking over and you be like, "What are you
Yeah.
doing?"
Yeah, he has to like do
I
a
think
slight
she's
head
checking
turn
you
up
out.
to look her in the eyes
Mm-hmm.
because she's got at least 6 inches on him.
Like, which isn't unheard of. Like, yes, he's tall, but there's still
Yeah, no.
brutes and
Have you
hunters which are
seen
both-
brutes?
brutes
Have
and
you seen
hunters which are
brutes?
both
Those guys are
taller
dwarf
than him.
Kalani.
Yeah, brutes and hunters are both several feet taller than him.
Yeah,
You know?
no, exactly. I would not argue those guys dwarf Kalani at all.
Well,
Anyways,
hunters probably do, but they're
Especially
also
them
10
brute
feet.
chieftains. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah, but now hunters
Anyhow,
would.
that's neither
Hunters,
here nor there.
they're also,
Kalani. That's neither here
10
nor
feet.
there. Kalani,
Yep.
what?
But yes, yes.
Either
Kalani,
way.
why do you? Yet why do
Like-
you carry? Why do you carry his stench?
Who or what are you talking about?
I'd recognize this smell anywhere. It is the distinct smell of Ganon's dark magic.
Uh-huh. I have no idea what you are talking about. He looks over at Vagar. Vagar, do you have any idea what he's talking about?
What she's talking about,
Is
you
it?
mean?
We talking about the curse? Because that's all on me.
What? I smell nothing of the sort on you.
Well then,
I don't know anything
then.
about any dark magic, but when that one gave me this lovely addition as he just lifts up his prosthetic right arm by cutting off the real one, I seem to have also picked up his other lovely personality quirk. Werewolf. Well, found out the other day there was a weird red mist and then passed out and then woke up in a field with broken armor and lots of blood. Not my
Let me
blood.
just
It's like a
let me
blood
check. Let me just quietly check something real quick. Keep role playing.
You're trying to figure out whether Kalani would know what a werewolf is?
Yep.
Just give me a sec.
Alright, screen, what are you doing? There we go. No, I never thought that dark magic would have a distinct smell. I
Nope.
thought that was just the smell of rotting flesh.
Okay, so
inside
she
the
just-
witch's cauldron.
Okay, so she'll turn to Varut. I'm not quite familiar with werewolves.
Well, I'm not either. Looks at the other two. Maybe you should explain.
I'm
I'm not giving
and
you a
tweaks,
visual example,
there-
so I mean.
they are people who turn into, no offense, raving, ravenous dog creatures?
None
They are
taken.
extensions of nature's wrath upon this world. They despise anything that has anything to do with civilization whatsoever and enjoy their roundabout rounds. You can tell that Amiri is getting very
I've heard of
passionate
a few
about
minor-
this. It's
We're just sitting there looking at
I've heard of-
Amiri and Vagar and is like, this description is
Yes.
not adding up at
a,
all.
a destructive force of nature that can only
view-
be that's brought about by only the sight of the moon.
I've
in
your
its full
I've your-
extent.
I've not heard of anything of the sort. Closest comparison I can think of is is people being changed into monsters, although most of the time that is permanent. It is actually what used to be the fate of Iron Knuckles. Long ago, Iron Knuckles were merely servants to the Demon King, Ganondorf. Those he would deem most useful would be changed into monsters that would further their power and physique. It is those very tales that are the reason I ended the Iron Knuckles in my time.
Mm-hmm.
Our people used to serve the Demon King. I make no secret of it.
Root sort of makes a hand waving gesture, like, yeah, he's heard all this before.
Yeah.
He hadn't heard that she ended the Iron Knuckle. He was like, that is interesting.
Yeah, because that kind of happened during her time, although no one really joined while she was away either.
Mm-hmm.
They make it sound like you're more. You always make it sound like you were just a soldier, but back at the town, they made it sound like you were someone of more renown? After the war, I was christened chieftain.
Oh. Well, belated congratulations.
Thank you. I never felt particularly deserving of the title. Though I had my people's support, so I guided them as I saw necessary, even if I was aware there were certain issues I needed to. She stops and clearly considers her words for a second. Let someone else handle.
Mm-hmm. During that, when you mentioned having to lead your population and all that afterwards, Root's right hand just drifts down to his side, just looks like clenches around the dark saber hilt, and then forcibly forces himself to relax. Sort of in he's suddenly very tense.
She's just. You may have gathered already, diplomacy wasn't my strongest skill. I was so happy I had advisors for that sort of thing.
Is an understatement.
I don't think I've given my misgivings with the Hyrulean royal family. I only entered that castle once. Even now, I'm still surprised that I was able to remain as calm as I did. Kind of flashes back to I kind of imagine a flashback showing a bunch of different races from across Hyrule, and you see 5 Iron Knuckles standing in this grandiose hallway with this very obvious white bearded king talking over them, and then it just kind of zooms into what looks like the most inconspicuous of the Iron Knuckles before you realize that that's Kalani biting her tongue. Her helmet being the only thing that does not make her apparent discomfort obvious.
Many.
There's other conversation that I can't wait to get to, but it doesn't make sense to get to them now. Anyways,
we digressed about the original topic.
What?
We digressed from
The
the
weird
original
spirit.
topic. The
weird spirit around Spartan.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But she so she still turns back. So you were so the most likely explanation for you is you were cursed in some form. How, I don't know.
There's no doubt about it. called the curse of lycanthropy, although where I'm from, that's merely folktale and misunderstood biology from the Middle Ages, a good 1,000 years ago. But
What is
alas, different worlds actually have it, apparently. He
What
glares at
is lycanthropy?
Vagar. The fancy name for werewolf.
Yeah.
I see.
From where I am, it's just a curse.
Outsiders always have to do things the most roundabout and confusing manner possible. I mean, the Gerudo are generally kind of a straightforward people. Most of their problems seem to be trying to interact with not so straightforward people. Although they are based off the Amazon, so it kind of makes sense. Anyways, we must continue. Perhaps the Great Fairy will have answers for that as well. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Although
so
go ahead.
so you keep going.
Kalani will
You're
keep
past.
that little nugget. I thought of something else, but I realized, no, it makes more sense for Kalani to keep that little nugget to herself.
Okay. Yeah, you pass by 3 rocks. You see an overturned, destroyed cart and the skeleton of a horse. And then the ground begins to shake.
What?
An overturned cart and a skeleton of a horse.
Oh.
And then the ground begins to shake.
Stand firm.
Can let us in on what's causing the earthquake?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, you don't have the set.
I don't think Varud ever saw one of these things before.
He did not.
I don't think he did. Well, I don't know what it is, so I obviously can't say yay or nay, but I don't think
Yeah.
it is, probably. I don't remember any ground shaking other than just from the Boris walking around.
Yeah, which I don't
Because,
think you ever saw that either.
Was it standing still when we were there?
It was kneeling down. We had to go inside it.
Point is, it wasn't moving.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah. I was like,
It
if
was-
it
I
was
forgot
moving,
I forgot to put Kalani on this map.
Oh,
NPC is throughout
no.
NPC.
No, she ghosted us.
There we go.
She's dead again, guys. She ghosted us.
Okay. So yeah. Ground is shaking. And as you're just kind of discussing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
roll initiative.
A giant fish-like creature begins burrowing towards you.
Both of me move at the same time.
Well,
It is.
I do not have that problem.
It is currently underground, by the way, Nilo.
Maddie.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take note of the fact that it appears to be swimming in the sand.
Oh wait, it's actually Vagar's turn first.
Oh, hey!
What did I do?
You rolled a 20.
You forgot to roll, and so I clicked it for you,
I'm
and
so sorry.
you rolled a very high initiative roll.
Hey, Vagar's going first. We're all gonna die.
Yay! Yay! You're welcome. You're welcome.
I love making jokes like that. Whenever someone who's always going last goes first, like everyone going, "Yep, we're dying." Like when the healer goes first.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm the one that always goes last.
It's my fault for
usually
getting the alert feat.
You all seem to have the alert feat.
Alert is so nice.
I just have good decks.
It is nice, but personally, I don't like going first.
Why'd you grab alert? Just for the
You're talking to the guy who
part?
likes to You're talking to the guy who likes to shenaniganize. Of course, I don't like going. Come to think of it, that's.
Anyways, Vagar, there's
No,
a big ugly fish thing coming at you in the ground.
In the ground. Okay, so it's in the ground, so.
It's swimming through the sand.
Mm-hmm. It's this motherfucker, yeah, okay. We don't got. No, we got
Yeah.
bombs on us, but I don't have them on me, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I have bomb.
I don't know if we have the bomb chews on us, unfortunately. We hadn't really divvied that equipment up.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
So that
But
might be sitting in storage.
you know
Sitting
what?
in
It's
the
fine.
fun storage dimension.
We got bombs on this one.
Yeah, yeah. So
I've
I
got
mean,
thermal
okay.
detonators, but
And this
I
is
got
like a big
bombs.
rock.
and third.
This is a rock.
Yeah.
Rock.
Yes, those are rocks.
Yeah.
That you
Rock.
can,
Okay.
those are rocks, and you can stand on them.
Okay. Cool.
All
Cool.
right.
Cool. Cool. So Vagar is. He's gonna stand up on the rock and then take out his crossbow and ready an action for when it surfaces.
Emiria, get us a stall horse.
Nilo, you're up.
I want. All right. Nilo takes count of the fact that this thing appears to be swimming in sand as if it were water. And as fascinating as that is, she is also going to clamber her way onto a rock for the sake of, honestly, at this point, just kind of hoping it can't swim through rock as it does sand.
How
And
would that even work?
Legion will follow suit and take up prime sniping position, and we will, currently observing with the intent to try to fire upon it if we can identify some way to properly attack it, or even what it actually looks like. Because I imagine all we see right now is effectively a dorsal fin and a bunch of bulging sand.
Okay, me.
Where's
Time
the game
to
chat?
run away
There's
to other rock. I get on top of the rock. So I assume it's too buried to shoot at now. I'll ready action to blast him when he comes up. Other me. I take off and I fly. Would using a thermal detonator on him now work, or do I need to wait for him?
It would work.
Might not be a good idea, considering that, like I said, all you can really see is a dorsal fin.
The thermal detonator
those
would
no-
work. The thermal detonator would work, though.
Okay.
Okay, so action. Chuck the thermal detonator at it. Big explosion.
Let's see.
D12.
Okay, then
You know what?
it just saved with a nat 20. So it doesn't take any.
Oh,
It doesn't take any.
no.
It doesn't take any damage, but it was still an explosion near a Molduga, so it's no longer burrowing, and it is now prone. So yeah, and you know the sound effect, the do 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 starts playing.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted the freaking. I just posted one of them things getting bombed.
Okay,
I got a
so
bigger chin
Since
than
it's
I
surfaced.
always.
So it is surfaced.
Bonus action
So
battle meditation.
yeah, it is surfaced. So ready to actions kick in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vagar. There. And
30-20
Nice
hits.
hit.
10-4.
Oh.
8 damage.
How far back is she?
blast him.
Close enough.
Did you
How
put
dug
crippling
in are
strikes on
these
ready
ruins?
action attacks?
Yes.
Well, not crippling strikes. We'll put a crippling strike
right.
on that. I misspoke, but yes, crippling strike.
Right. I
Make
suppose Legion needs to do his attack because I had him be the one with the ready.
Con save, right?
Dex.
It succeeds.
Big sad.
It's rolling really good. It has
Okay.
+0 to dex saves.
Yeah, I figured giant fish thing wouldn't be good at dex saves just because it's in sand, but no, apparently it is. Ready to actions only have one attack, even if you have extra.
Yeah, I believe so.
No, you're allowed to
Yeah,
extra attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Well then,
Origin
blast them again.
vanilla rules, it's only one attack, but I think that's stupid.
I mean, it makes sense for certain situations, but you're God, so I'll let you.
And
I'll
Varut
let you
flies
on that.
up into the air, so he's not. He's like 50 feet above here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Just a sec. Nope, that didn't work. 50. There we go.
That works.
Okay.
That's it. Oh, and the battle meditation. Everyone has advantage.
Yeah, Nilo's attack still.
Yeah. So there's Legion.
No.
Legion doing good.
Yes.
I remember battle
Legion
meditation
is
would kick in.
Legion.
Battle meditation kicks in after this, so.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yes, and I guess Nilo as well, because she was also prepared, I suppose.
Does Legion not have extra attack yet?
I don't believe so.
I might be
Nothing
getting
on my thing says anything at the moment. So
I might be getting it confused with something else then.
Hold on a sec.
yeah. Oh, did a 19 hit?
Just a sec. So, what did you pick as your minor upgrade at 5th level, Joey?
Let me see. You know what? It's just gonna be easier to go to my builder. Minor upgrade. Oh, it does have that.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
Like, I guess Legion shoots again.
The dice have spoken.
You know what? Yeah,
But
yeah.
yes, a 19 does hit.
Okay, so Nilo's big ouch is a there it is. Ugh. Ugh. There we go.
Look at this little dude's face. Looks like he doesn't know
Yeah.
where he is.
Is it just me, or is the picture you got of the Molduga look like it wants to sell you car insurance? Like, I'd understand if it's just me, but I just wanted to ask.
I think that's just you. Emiria, your turn.
Okay.
All right. Amiria will do what Amiria does. Okay, so that's like, yeah. All right, we will summon Brittle Bones Nikki over here,
Okay, just a sec.
and then just have the rest of the boys.
Where at?
Right here, just like enough to where I can like get the boys to do things. All right, Flesh Golem, you go over here. Lost Warp, go on there, and I, well, I and company will move on to this rock.
Okay.
All right, get 'em, boys. All right.
Yeah, it's prone, so you get
And
advantage on all your attacks.
I thought it was just due to coordination, but I guess.
Well, it sounds like you have advantage from multiple sources. So
Yes. You were not here. All right. Oh, and then we have to actually roll for Brittle Bones, Nikki. That is a 23. But I guess we can check for crits. We'll just use the damage dice from earlier. Nope, we didn't get it. Just 7 damage.
Alright, I voted not hit.
Ah, alright.
Hmm.
An 18 does not hit. That is not good.
Kalani? Unless, wait, no. Oh yeah, no, you use your action to summon the skeleton.
Yeah.
Right. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously, I'm not quite prime yet, but with the golden gauntlets, that's still effectively high carrying capacity. Am I still able to throw something of this scale?
Mm-hmm.
And if so, how far?
The same 30 feet it says on your character sheet. Not on your character sheet,
Okay.
on the stat block, remember.
That'd work-ish. Yeah, that would work.
Wait,
That would work.
ish.
That would work.
It's on top of me. Well, no, not right in front of me.
She's not
Well, I
throwing
mean,
it at you. She's throwing it right next to you.
To me, it's
well,
like
the
black,
idea is something
like
else entirely. But
Picture C.
would that work? I can't.
Replace giant needle with big
Oh,
fish.
but if I did it that way, it would get away. Or it would more than likely get away. Hmm.
Do we want to kill it? Do we want to just get it to leave us alone?
Yes, we want to kill it so I can dissect it, so I can
Yes.
take its organs.
So you want to kill it? Do we want? To kill
Kalani absolutely wants to kill it.
Vigor wants to
It's
kill
free
it.
food.
Okay.
Nilo is
3%.
doing whatever makes us not. Nilo is doing whatever makes us not die.
Like I said, that's 50%. All right.
Yeah.
Mandalorian certainly wouldn't have any objections to killing weird beasties.
Yeah. So Hmm. I mean, he might be able to take it. Alternatively, I could. You know what? I kind of want to do that just because I have a feeling it's gonna do fun stuff anyway, and it would feel distinctly more instant Kalani if I do it this way. So, which way is it turned?
It is currently facing this way.
Okay, which side's the top side? Which side's the underside?
Oh, top side's that way.
Okay. Uh, that'll have to be close enough. Yeah, that'll have to be close enough. Kalani's gonna head this way, towards the top end of the creature.
Okay.
And she is going to, specifically, what I want to do, so this might involve, so I'll have you have to rule this, how this is done.
Mm-hmm.
She is specifically looking to embed the axe in and effectively hook it in. So that way, if this thing tries anything funny, it can't get away from her.
Okay.
I'm effectively Dune style Dune sandworm riding this thing if
Yeah.
it comes to it.
So make an attack roll with the axe.
All right. Let's see. Oh wow. You know, I just realized like all my characters are all +8 to hit right now. Like all of them. The only one who isn't is Skirbo, I think. I'd have to look.
Advantage.
You have advantage because of Varut's battle meditation.
Oh, right. Sorry. 18.
Skirbo has a +10.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, Skirbo's the outlier. I mean, so is the drone, but I don't use the drone.
Ivo did hit. Sorry.
Ivo did an ouch.
Yeah,
Yes.
you hit.
Good job, Ivo.
Okay, am I
Truly our
in?
bravest warrior.
Roll damage.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. Ugh, my there it is. Just double check that that's right. Yes. Ooh, that's a lot. So, what was stunned?
Grappled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because, yeah, in this circumstance, it's almost like a reverse grapple if it needs to be, but that's fine. And I suppose... Hmm. Now, you know what? I think that's good for Kalani for now. Because I'm kind of gonna wait to see what it does next.
All right.
With my current plan.
So first of all, it's gonna do that thing it does when it like gets up. It's gonna do that spin thing it does. So.
Yep. Spin attack.
So
I wonder if that actually.
Kalani, I'm gonna need you to make an athletics check to not be thrown off. And Emiria's 3 minions need to make dexterity checks. Dexterity saves.
Dexterity saves. Alright. 20 plus...
Athletics, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This thing has dexterity, so that would be +3.
You hang on.
Alright.
Alright, there's the claw swarm.
Save.
1d20 minus 1. Nat 20 for the flesh golem.
Yeah, flesh golem's just fine.
Good job, Brittle Bone. Good job, Bert. Okay, now Brittle Bones Mickey.
Sand everywhere. Sand in the eyes. Thankfully, everything that's got sand in their eyes is not things that need to worry about sand in the eyes.
He is not crafty and tricky.
Except maybe Kalani, because she's not wearing a helmet, but whatever.
Okay, claw swarm. $13 bludgeoning damage already halved.
Alright.
Is the skeleton vulnerable to bludgeoning damage?
Give me a second. S section. Let's see. Vulnerable to bludgeoning damage?
Yeah. Does it have any damage
No.
vulnerabilities? Okay. 30.
It does. It is resistant though.
It's
Wait,
resistant.
no, that's for piercing attacks.
Okay. 35 bludgeoning damage to the skeleton, and it is pushed away from the Molduga.
Yes. Brittle Bone Sticky is dead.
Okay.
Oh, he's dead?
Yes. Well, he's back to being
Well,
dead.
he is called Brittle Bones McGee, so I guess we should have expected that.
The Molduga is going to start burrowing again, which means no opportunity attacks. Yep. It's gonna tunnel over this way. And it's gonna try and jump out of the sand at Varut.
Oh.
I'm going to lost one with D6. 4 points. Okay, so
Meanwhile, Kalani's riding this thing like a damn sandworm.
Yeah, I'm assuming a 31 hits Varut.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
What is this thing rolling? Where can I get dice like that?
So you take 20 bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make me a strength save.
A strength save. That's like the one type of save he's not good at. +0.
You go flying off in this direction. And as it slams back into the ground, Kalani, I'm gonna need you to make me another athletics check to keep your grip.
I just got Boba Fetted.
Yeah, you did.
You keep your grip. Vagar, your turn. This thing is currently visible. I forgot to remove its burrowing status.
Cool. All good. So I'm going to use a crimson right on my crossbow because I am not going near that thing. And so he is going to
This just felt like the most
shoot at it.
Kalani thing to do.
I got advantage, right? Or no?
Yes, from battle meditation, yes.
Okay, so that's a 19 for the first one.
Yep, that hits.
Nope, I forgot that it's only for the first one, but yeah. Okay,
well,
17 for the second.
The crossbow is loading, so you only get one attack with it.
Right, yeah, that's true. Never mind. Okay.
But yes, your attack hits.
Yippee! Okay, and then the crimson right damage.
Okay.
Some of that, and then what's it called?
Remember, you have mastered exploits now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Where'd you go?
That'll work.
Is it? Where is it? Okay, Crimson Brand. I'm gonna brand them.
Okay.
Brand the Molduga.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Woo! Beep me. That's me. Yeah, that's all me.
Okay, just a sec. Crimson Brand. Okay. Nilo, your turn.
All right. Legion, fire upon creature. He has advantage, right?
Yep. First attack he does,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Legion, 14?
No.
Legion, do better.
26 does hit.
Legion did better. There we go. 11, ouch.
Okay.
And a Nilo do a shooty fire shoot.
That does hit.
All right.
She does have advantage, so she can check for crit at least.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
No crit.
No. No crits. No crits. There we go. Ooh. 7, ouch.
Okay.
And that should be all from them, but I will have it be known that I'll move the drone this way. And you know what? I'll have it be known that Kalani will go ahead and use her use a reaction to looking at the big one whose name she hasn't gotten yet, and says, "Move."
All right, Bradley, your turn now.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming that she's directing this thing straight at me over here, so
Yeah. Move.
So anyways, I started blasting, or rather, I guess I kept
Nice.
on blasting. Advantage from the
There's
roof.
currently a wall in your way. You can't see the
Oh,
Molduga.
well then, I'll go there.
Cover.
I'll go there instead.
Okay.
Now I'll start blasting. Bang. We'll throw a crippling strike on that. Actually, do we want to do that?
You know what? Sure, it might.
Your shenanigans need it to move
How
on
does
its
it?
own, or
How does it? What does crippling strike do specifically?
its movement speed becomes 0.
I mean, you know what? It'll help.
Okay, so yes, we will go.
Like I don't see how it'll hurt.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you needed it to be able to 15. If you needed it to be able to move under its own.
Oh no. If what I do goes correct, it shouldn't be
Take
able
an
to
extra 3
move.
damage, and its speed is 0.
Well, I mean, there are ways it could move, but like if what I do does the way I hope it does, but we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you needed it to be able to move under its power for your shenanigans. I was like, wait a second,
Oh no
I
no
should
no no no
probably
no.
plan this out. And
No. I was just proper Kalani shenaniganizing planning. So this is gonna help
and
everybody.
yep, and then now blast them again. Big sad that misses. Other me, we're gonna fly over here. Seems like a safe direction. And then we're gonna shoot him. Shoot him. And I believe. Yes. Boop. Big sad.
Oh.
Try it again. Hit, dang it. Ah! Curse you. Battle meditation and. Hey! Grenade is back.
Awesome. Spencer,
Yeah.
it is time for minions.
Minions! Tonight,
Minions!
we steal the moon!
Yeah.
And the horn!
Alright. Dang it, Bradley, if only you were a little bit closer. Like 5 feet closer. This would have turned out a lot better.
I was getting
I
out of
want
the
to.
way of Big Monster because Kalani shenanigans are about to happen.
I'm pretty sure she.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he's about to throw. Joey's about to throw the Molduga at that rock.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna do a little more than
pretty sure
that.
of too.
I'm gonna do a little
Alright.
more than that. It'll become clear.
Slam it
I'm just
into
waiting for my turn to come up.
Ooh.
'Cause
Minions.
it's
Hit it.
rude.
Turbo attack. Advantage. You don't exist anymore. You only hit normally. You're over here with me. Alright.
All right, Hans hits. A DC 13 strength save.
Yep.
Why does it not have proficiency in strength saves?
It's a big thing. It just assumes
Well, it
that
succeeds. It succeeds anyway.
Yep. All right. Well, time to use an action and a spell slot. Second level spell. It's feeding time, boys. As Amiria shall cast Call to Feast. Hey, Kalani, you also get a free attack on this thing as well.
Oh.
Because you are within 5 feet of this Molduga.
Ah.
Right. So advantage.
Not quite.
Advantage.
Quite what I need
You
at
don't
the
get
moment.
your second attack. You don't exist anymore.
You could just punch it.
I guess I could, yeah.
So, you do have big fists. Alright, so 1 crit and a 15.
Alrighty.
I'm just gonna use.
The crit hits. The other one doesn't, obviously.
I'm just gonna use Crushing Grip.
Okay.
That just makes the most sense. It looks to be close enough.
Yeah.
No.
You have advantage currently.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Still no.
Maybe. Okay.
I just liked how the die went from like 19 to 1.
I saw it. I feel like I saw it earlier than anyone else because I just saw it and I went no. Okay. Proper Kalani shenaniganizing. So you were about halfway there, Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
You I am indeed throwing it on this rock with the intent to impale it on this tree, like the whole log.
Okay, make an attack roll with that. So that's a standard +8 for your attack roll.
Holy shit!
Okay, roll just the damage it takes from being thrown.
Wow. Of course, Kalani would crit on throwing the monster into a rock.
She's back.
Yeah,
roll Marut will comment on that. He'll just mutter and really shake his head and be like,
you don't get the crit damage on the damage it takes from being thrown. That will be on the damage it takes from being impaled.
Yeah. Okay. So. Let's see. 5d6. Got it. Yeah. 5d6, not 5f6. I don't think that'll do me anything. I'm actually curious what would come up if I write that down. Just. Oh yeah, unresolved string term.
Okay. Deciding what
How
I
much
want
am I
to roll.
rolling for a tree impalement?
Yeah, I'm deciding. That's the thing.
Just.
That's what we call a bum.
I made a fish kebab.
Joey.
Her axe is still in it, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Roll damage as if for backbreaker, but with a critical hit. So an extra, what's that? 60 damage?
Okay. Let's see. 10d.
10d6 plus 60.
Yeah, that would be an extra 60. Ouch.
That is. Okay.
That fish is going snap, crackle, pop.
10d.
Nice Krispies.
It actually is not going to die from this.
Somehow.
Not even if you roll max damage, it won't die from it.
Yeah. No,
probably is
that's
sitting
kind
at
of what I was
something
saying.
stupid, like
Somehow.
125 or something ridiculous like that.
Actually, it's at 126.
99. That was a massive ouch.
So yeah, you see Kalani like holding on to the axe, jump off of the top of the Molduga, swing it over her head, and fling it, and it just gets impaled on the tree, and then lets out like a sad, gurgly, painful like sound.
Yeah. Literally the kind of sharp inhale, half roar you'd expect from a whole ass tree suddenly being introduced to this thing's equivalent to a thigh injury. Just like
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I put trees on the map, when I put dead trees on the map, this was not what I had in mind.
Us using them as
This is
shish kebabs.
Kalani. Remember, Kalani was all about, hey, is that set dressing for use?
Okay, so yeah, that was your hurl. So
that was one attack. So yeah. Roughly in relation to me, where's my weapon?
still buried in its back.
Yeah, so like over here,
over
over
here.
here. Okay, so I won't. Actually, could I?
No, you're not fast enough for that.
No. Okay.
That's inside its space.
You're
yeah. Actually, like here.
Okay, that works. So I'm gonna head back over and proceed to give it some. Proceed to dish out some fisticuffs. I'll just once again use crushing grip. It just makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Just easy.
Yeah.
Give it an additional.
It is prone right now, by the way. So you have advantage.
Oh. So
you do
22 is better. So let's give it the. Wait. There it is. Okay, and that's an additional 7 ouch, followed by.
Fish for
I'll
crit.
check for crit. No. Followed by an. Yeah. Followed by an additional 9 ouch.
Okay.
And that is Kalani's turn. She's back, baby.
All right. So first of all, this thing's gonna make an athletics check to try to break the tree out of the ground, so that it can move again.
Poor thing.
It does.
I gone spear fishing.
Gonna get back up. It still can't move, by the way, because it still has crippling strike on it. It is going to attack Kalani with everything it has now, by the way.
I mean, I would imagine nothing less.
So that's a first attack. That doesn't hit. Second attack. That's a 27 to hit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Kalani, you take 16 bludgeoning damage.
Oh
Vagar,
no.
your turn.
Okay. So he is going to shoot at it again. Oh, very dude.
Nope.
Okay. All good.
Nilo.
Nila's got to pick her jaw off the ground for a second there.
Yeah, she basically just saw Kalani throw a whale across the freaking field there.
Yeah, canonically, yeah, and fun fact, I mentioned this before, but it's still a fun fact. Fun fact, apparently, according to some maths I saw people do, theoretically, someone with less strength than Kalani, like someone more equivalent to Varut, would be able to, using the same gauntlets she's got, would be able to fling something this scale or even bigger over the horizon, just rather casually. Granted, that's not the math we're using, but that's just a fun fact to think about. So,
Anyways,
while Nilo picks up her jaw, Legion's not gonna miss a beat and is just gonna fire.
So what you really mean to say
fish
is,
for a crit.
hee fish go yeet.
Yeah. Yeah, going fishing.
Yep, that hits.
Legion. Oh man, that
See,
was
see what
that
you
was
gotta do. You gotta
higher
go
than
fishing
expected.
the Mandalorian way, with a couple of thermal detonators.
Yeah.
It's like dynamite
Shoot,
fishing,
where it is it?
taking to the extreme. You know?
Nope. 6 plus. Sorry, my focus is.
Yeah.
I'm only ever operating on. I feel like I'm only ever operating on like half the cylinders I want to be operating off of. 8. Ouch.
Okay.
Wow, he is hanging on there.
It is currently at 3.
Ignore that.
It is currently at.
Ignore that.
Yeah, it is currently at 3 of 336 hit points.
Yeah, ignore the 7. That's nothing. I think Legion missed, unless for some reason he has a second.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that misses.
Nilo just sort of fires, I suppose.
Good.
Nilo wins.
Yeah, you shoot it right in that. You shoot it right in where the tree is still embedded in it, and that is like old, dry wood in a desert. It catches so fast.
Yeah.
And you hear panicked screams from this thing as it burns from the inside out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well,
we getting fried fish tonight, boys.
I will say that Kalani knows that Molduga meat is not very good. Like it's technically edible, but it's not.
It is edible in the sense that it makes better medicines.
Yeah, it's edible in the sense that like horse is edible. Yeah, you can eat it, but it really doesn't taste good.
It's very gamey.
Yeah.
Hey, if Burger King can do it,
because like Moldugas don't gotta. I imagine Moldugas don't gotta. They don't have nearly as much blubber as they look.
No, that's like mostly muscle.
Yeah.
Living in the desert, it wouldn't have any reason to
mostly
have
muscle,
Good
you
work.
say?
Yeah, really tough, really tough muscle though.
Yeah,
Amiri
if you
could
try to
use
eat
that
it gamey.
muscle.
Yeah.
I think
Big muscles though.
Miri intends to use it for shenanigans.
These muscles big enough. Amiria could use them as a blanket and have enough room for like 3 other people.
So, Joey, give me a highs or lows.
We'll go with lows.
Okay. The thick layers of flesh seem to have insulated its organs, and they're in decent shape.
All right. Kalani is going to just kind of turns. Excellent work, and then she'll go over and then proceed to just grab her axe, and then just kind of cleave it the rest of the way.
Yeah. So we'll go over what all you get from the Molduga after the session.
Yeah. Just holy. I was not expecting that to work so well.
But yeah, you do strip the Molduga for parts basically.
Yeah, it's just like
inventory.
And also, I will say this to you, Spencer. I believe a horse is something you can reanimate, so you could reanimate that horse skeleton.
Yes.
If you don't have a thrall currently.
That's the thing. It's like I didn't want to just like pull it up on you like last second. It's like because it's like during the conversation that Kalani was having talking about her past, I was like thinking, we still have that Yiga clan member body that I haven't reanimated yet.
There's that option as well. Yes.
Yes, and I think that makes more sense for this sphere.
Okay.
Of course, we still haven't gotten over that. Yes. What is it? Kalani. Um, I bring the dead back to life. That's my gig. Um, the, these undead friends of ours are friendly.
I gave you
Yeah,
the stat block
Don't
for
kill
the
them.
I gave you the stat block for the Yiga foot soldier, right, Spencer?
Yeah. I
Okay.
have it. It's a
Okay.
bandit instigator.
I don't believe I've properly acquainted with any of you yet. I know Varut, obviously.
Spencer owner. There we go.
Well, now that your mental faculties seem to be
I
responsive.
had other more pressing things on my mind.
Like I said, responsive. The tiny one in the exosuit is Nilo. You almost strangled her to death yesterday. Actually, it wasn't yesterday. It was been the day before. Whatever.
Yeah.
He said he
Apologies.
correctly got the chronology correct. I, the player, did because it's been a week.
No, it would have been
Yeah.
yesterday.
But it would have been
Oh,
yesterday. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
I wouldn't have minded if we just quietly added a day to that to just kind of explain away any extra crap Kalani needed to do.
Okay, we can quietly add a day to it. It was the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, so that way we can just completely hand wave all the Gerudo Town stuff Kalani needed to do.
Yeah.
Just completely hand wave. Anything we say Kalani needed to do, she did.
Yeah.
Whatever.
There we go.
The tiny, crazy one with all the undead minions is Amiria. She really likes needles.
Yes.
We are identified as Legion.
Needles. Like, really. Hates needles. And then the knockoff you in a half ton of metal plate is Spartan 31.
Stud muffin.
How else are they going to explain a Spartan superhuman to Kalani?
No, I know, but I immediately pictured Brad immediately thinking knockoff, but then just quickly thinks back to what he literally just saw and then said, fair enough.
He's like, nope, that checks out. He's like, so brute chieftain, but wielding an axe instead of a hammer. I gotcha.
Yeah. It's just like, that checks out. Then I suppose proper introductions are in order. Kalani, former chieftain of the Gerudo, as well as former Gerudo champion. Last of the Iron Knuckles.
That's you.
Which is kind of her full official formal title, especially given the whole dead thing. But I mean, also, she probably would have had those titles stripped when she passed the crown to someone else. Yeah, so. But yes, her oh my goodness. And Nilo's actually, while we're dressing it down, Nilo's actually going to kind of like push a little, like she's going to take a piece of like one of the Molduga guts and realize just how heavy that by itself is.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like quietly jaw on the floor. Just I'm not even sure magic is an adequate explanation for what she just did. It's like that.
And that is why Kalani is a member of the B team in this campaign.
Oh, absolutely.
Because she would break any encounter I put her in.
Speak as if that wasn't entirely what happened the last campaign.
Yes, literally.
Oh wait, it was.
Oh, I think she's back is a good enough title for this episode.
But yeah,
She's back.
you continue traveling, and you find yourself you see a giant skeleton in the desert. And yes, I know it's buried in Tears of the Kingdom. It's unburied now.
Guess,
I'm totally
guess it
not
got
just
unburied again,
I,
shifting sands.
I'm totally not just doing that because I forgot it was buried, and I made a map as if it wasn't buried or anything. No.
Can it be
Could have just
acquired?
added a quick shader.
No,
And a
that would not have
sliding too.
been very quick.
Okay.
So yeah, you
Can we
approach the.
acquire this skeleton?
No, it is enormous.
It is absolutely gigantic. Like the skull by itself is
The skull by itself dwarfs the
close to
Molduga
the
you just fought.
close to the length. The skull by itself is close to the length of the Duchess, actually.
Yeah, we can't
Lovely.
unless we throw it in space.
I mean, it's literally whale bones
Yeah,
with little wings on the back, but it's literally whale bones.
yeah. Come to think of it, that's totally one of those sky whales from Skyward Sword, isn't it?
People think it's actually referencing the windfish from Link's Awakening.
Well, I'm
Because
actually
he
gonna.
was literally just a fish with wings.
Well, I'm actually
He
gonna
was
say it.
literally just a whale with wings.
Yeah, well, I'm actually gonna say it is one of the sky whales from Skyward Sword because that actually fits really. Because that actually fits really well with the thing I'm about to do.
Okay, I
It
mean the
just
Elven Great
add.
Skeleton is literally Levius. So.
Oh, it is okay. Never mind then.
Yeah. It literally is Levius.
Okay.
So. Like I said, there's always a reason to go to the damn volcano.
Anyways, yeah, you see a giant flower that has some water in the middle. Yeah.
They changed it again. What?
Changed what, the water?
No. They change their shrines every now and again.
Well,
Matters little. The setup is similar enough.
well, I assume living in the same place for a very long time really means that you gotta like interior decorate at some point.
They've also been known to move. We got lucky.
Huh?
Like, now then. Who has rupees on them?
We have collected. Let me check my notes. 249.
Let us pray that's enough.
As you begin to approach the fountain, you see some little fairies flitting about that. Kalani just recognizes them as fairies. The rest of you recognize them as fairies because you've met Tail.
Yeah.
Yes.
Too bad Kalani
I
doesn't
don't
have
think
a
we
bottle
were
on her
ever
right now.
mentioned that she was a fairy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you recognize what they are based on the fact that you met Tail.
Too bad Kalani doesn't currently have an empty bottle on her. She needs to go on a side quest for that.
Anyways, you start to get pretty close to it. You see some flowers. I think they're supposed to be that Kalani identifies as Safina.
Yeah.
And it says that they're used as like an
He's
herb.
Gonna take some flowers.
That they're used as an herb. Yeah. Okay. I think it's cool Safina specifically that's around this shrine.
Both warm and cool Safinas.
Okay, so one of them is like a reddish color, and the other one is a bluish color.
Yeah, he's gonna take like a good amount of each of them.
Okay.
I don't remember if there was anything else surrounding this. I remember those two specifically because this was one of my favorite spots to stock up on both.
Yeah, but as you get close to the shrine,
Even though I never use them.
As you get close to the shrine, you hear a distorted,
familiar yet unfamiliar piercing laugh.
No. You do hear a laugh, but not a great fairy laugh. You hear a distorted.
Because this party has heard that.
You hear the distorted laugh of a woman, and well, it looks kind of like a person appears in front of you. She doesn't have any arms. She has flowing robes that are pretty tattered in place of her arms. The entirety of her is pretty much like a pale pallid gray, except for a crystal set in the middle of her chest, which is blood red and has a crack running through it.
Ah, okay.
Yep, definitely a ghost.
The cackle clearly emanated from her, by the way.
Is that no?
Kalani, you instantly sense that this thing has a lot of malice in it.
Yep.
Looks like you're getting close to figuring it out. Unfortunately, my master cannot allow that.
Who is your master?
The very creepy looking woman gives a very a very creepy smile. She's you, but better in every way. She showed me what power I could have.
Kalani's just gonna. Yeah, Kalani's just kind of slowly is readying her hand, gripping her weapon.
Mm-hmm.
A very determined look.
How is everyone else reacting to Creepy Lady?
Notably concerned.
Oh yeah, she is also floating slightly off the ground. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see about the scanny scans, or not proper scans, but a
the echo check. Yeah, this thing is blurry and red.
Yeah. What does red mean? I don't see how that is.
This is a bit concerning. There was
What?
a red mist, remember, Vagar?
I do, yes.
And then we both blacked out.
I fell asleep. You're the one.
Who went off and did?
Ballistic.
Yeah. I assume you just blacked out. Whatever happened. It happened after.
Yeah.
So, are you going to turn around, or will I have to convince you to leave this course?
Kalani just wings her axe at the thing.
Okay. Yeah, make an attack.
Just sort of chuckles under his breath. Is like,
Yeah.
of course.
Make an attack roll with it. Actually, no. You wing your axe at it. It teleports out of the way, and then reappears in the same spot again. I see. Well, we'll just do it that way then. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And also, she waves her arms, and some bokoblins appear.
Out of a red mist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look,
they do.
More bodies for the pile.
The necromancer would, of course, be excited about that.
Yes.
Really?
Where am
23
I?
and
There I am.
12?
Oh, nope. There I am.
Yay!
Yay! 11!
He's going last.
At least I'm not going last.
Also, yeah, I'm just gonna say it. This is like a corrupted version of Phi, just so you're all aware.
Yeah.
That you're facing off against.
I'm going to take your soul and use it
Yeah.
to power my blender.
I think some of these people don't know what that is, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can literally see what it is.
Basically a corrupted version of the spirit of the Master Sword. That's basically what you're fighting.
Yeah.
I knew it was a ghost.
Nilo, you're up first.
Why? No.
Because
I don't know. You were the one. You were the one who took alert.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm like, but you know what? Okay, we getting flanked. We getting flanked all over the place. Shoot, Nilo, shoot unamuse.
Okay.
25.
Nilo apparently hits unamused.
The number funnier than 24.
The red bokoblins use minion masher.
Oh, okay. Legion, dear God, Legion, Legion, let me roll, Legion. Legion, fire upon the other one on our flank, Hungry.
Yep, that hits.
All right.
Hungry.
There goes Hunger. And
he gets a second shot.
we'll leave Happy alone, but Optimism has got to go. Try to hit Optimism. Fail to hit Optimism.
I'm going to assume
that's why he's optimistic.
The orange ones are
the red bokoblins, which are the regular bokoblins, are weaker than the blue bokoblins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
This Yiga foot soldier.
We don't have to fight silvers.
That is Emiria's thrall.
Oh, okay, okay,
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Kalani,
So we're gonna.
This guy is also on our side.
That's all from Nilo. I'm pretty sure.
What did you say?
It is
what did you say,
Spartan Man's
Spencer?
turn.
Oh, Kalani, I should mention this guy is also on our side.
Yeah, Kalani hasn't been caught up on the Yiga clan yet. That would be one other thing I'd love to do, but we can't do that.
Bradley.
Yep. I was waiting for Joey to finish speaking. I'ma start blasting unhinged blue. Blast him.
There's one behind us too.
Yeah, I'll fire one at unhinged and one at envious.
Okay, that hits.
Does 14 hit?
14 does hit, yes.
And then I clicked the wrong buttons. Ignore that. The first one. Here, I'll just re-roll it with the right button this time.
Yeah.
25, 19, and we'll throw a critical strike on envious.
Crippling strike, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant. The one I've been using. DC 15 dex.
Succeeds.
Bummer. Big sad.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Hopefully I didn't screw that up. Right.
Okay, vengeful.
Crap, I gotta come up with a name for this guy.
Moving up to Kalani. Attacking Kalani with it's carrying a club.
He's talking tough shit for someone within grappling distance.
It's a Bokoblin. They're stupid.
I
That's
know.
a miss.
Kalani is familiar. They look a little different, but she's familiar with them.
Second attack is a hit.
She recognizes their attack patterns anywhere.
You take 10 damage.
All right.
Unhinged. Oh no, this is Envious. Envious is going to move up to Nilo and attack Nilo.
Ouch.
First attack.
Ow.
That's a 21 to hit. I assume that hits.
Ow.
And that's a 23 to hit on the second attack.
Ow.
So that is a total of 15 bludgeoning damage.
I can survive.
Oh wait, I forgot
maybe
all
I
the
should
Bokoblin. Whatever.
15. Ouch. There we go.
Alright, it is Fi's turn now. Evil Fi, yes. See, I gave her a complicated stat block. It'll take me a minute to figure out what she is doing.
No, that's okay.
I gotta come up with a name for this Ego clan.
Oh crap! Yeah, I forgot that was a thing she had. Well, we'll have that start doing a thing next turn then.
I thought of something and then immediately thought better of it because I was like, sounds too close to a slur.
I'll
just keep those awful thoughts to myself.
Yeah. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, the only thing I could think of at the moment is Bobby.
All right, so she is going to do a little crazy dance, and then a giant hermit crab appears.
Or does she think this is America's Got Talent? I guess this would be Hyrule's Got Talent.
Kalani does not recognize the giant hermit crab at all.
Yeah, those are an old monster. Those are from an age well before her.
Okay. It is Happy Bokoblin. I don't think it can move far enough. It cannot. Well, it's just gonna move then.
More damage.
Varut, your turn.
Okay. Let's shoot this envious Bokoblin that's right behind us with the disintegration rifle.
And then it has 1, that is 6, that is 6.
17.
Okay, type poison.
Yeah, 17 hits.
So
4d10. Disintegrate him.
Disintegrated.
This part.
And then we'll do the same thing to Happy Bokoblin.
To Happy Bokoblin? He's just so happy though. Why are you doing that to him? Why are you disintegrating? Why are you disintegrating the happy?
He'll be
and
happy.
then bonus action
hell.
meditation. Everyone gets
Unfortunately, I think that was a disintegrate, like Vert said.
Yeah, that's his disintegration.
So we got
it's a pile of ash.
Okay. Vagar, your turn.
Okay.
And Vega, you have
we got a vengeful, we got an unhinged, we got an optimism.
I'm gonna go for
whatever
unhinged.
the hell that is.
Yeah, I ain't going for that guy yet. I'm going for unhinged. I'm taking out my silver sword. Doing a crimson right.
Okay. This will This will make you do the thing. Lose hit points because it's second time.
Yeah.
Fucking what was what time of day is it?
Late afternoon.
Okay. Final sacrifice. Fuck.
Roll a d6.
Right.
I think I can just delete this line.
You lose 5 hit points.
All right, cool.
Nothing
Just
bad
5. Damage. Okay, and then I'm going to smack it.
That does hit.
Oh, sweet. And then second one.
That
Does
also
also
hits.
hit. So first damage with the Crimson Right. Second one with the Crimson Right. Fuck you. Okay.
Well, it's still enough.
And that.
He's dead.
Oh, yay!
nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
You know, nobody
That's all for me.
killed optimism. And
Here,
now
I'm gonna have this.
optimism's
I'm
coming
gonna
for
have
us.
Optimism make a save. Yep, Optimism is coming for you.
Yeah, he's optimistic about how this is gonna
The
turn
Hermit
out.
Crab.
Oh yeah.
You
Mr.
see the
Crab.
Hermit Crab.
happy crab.
You see the Hermit Crab. Go into its shell, and it begins to spin rapidly.
Oh god.
So first it's going to, and then
Sure hope
it's gonna charge straight into Vagar.
I sure hope this isn't one of those
That's a
temporary
miss.
things.
And then it's going to turn and charge into Kalani. That's an 18 to hit.
He is
I think
also
that's a
talking.
miss.
Yeah, that is a miss. Just barely though.
Then it's going to turn. Oh no, then it's going to go after Legion and the Claw Swarm. So Legion, that's a miss.
Bye,
Claw
Legion.
Swarm.
Oh.
Does a 17 hit the Claw Swarm?
Let me check. Features. No, it would be in extras. Okay, Claw Swarm. No, that is the Homunculus Servant. Nope. Yes, that will definitely hit.
6 damage already halved. Okay.
What is a D6 these trying times?
Emiria, your turn.
1d6. Okay, 2, so that'd be 4 points.
And also, I've been forgetting about it because I've been forgetting about it. But let me do a measurement real quick. Yes. Okay. So Emiria, you need to make me a Wisdom save. From being in the presence of the dark magic coming off of this spirit.
20
And technically, all of you should have been doing this. I just forgot.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I won't make it.
You are both charmed and frightened until the beginning of your next turn.
Actually, no, she's not. Battle meditation ends charmed and frightened conditions.
It ends when you use it.
And you know, additional creatures choice with him. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I figured it also granted immunity.
Nope.
Alright.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You just gotta come in and be all like, hey, stop being so scared. They're mortal. And we go, oh, okay. You're basically doing a morale boost.
Right.
Wait, was like, no, what? Never mind.
So yeah, you so essentially, you will have disadvantage on checks and attacks, and you can't attack the spirit.
Wouldn't the spirit have done that at its turn, which comes
No,
before Baaack?
it's at the start of a creature's turn that starts it within its radius.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing that I don't do any of those things.
Yeah.
That's what minions are for.
Yeah, and the minions are all immune to being charmed and frightened, so.
Yep. What is the radius?
60 feet.
60 feet, okay.
Alright, so it's like.
Yeah.
Pretty much the whole map.
The only one it wouldn't have hit.
Yeah.
The only one it wouldn't have hit would have been that goblin that was over here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up killing him. But I think like the rest of my fellows, see this giant crab, and you know, shellfish is really good for you. I have heard it is a natural source of salt, and you need salt for involvement. All right, all the Get 'em, boys. Let's see if I screwed up this thing. Turbo attack. Advantage. Advantage. Ivo will just have a normal attack against that random goblin over there. Isaiah will also have advantage. Oh, yep, Ivo will just critically miss. Dang.
Okay, 16 damage. 11 damage from Herbert. 6 damage from Herbert. What is this thing's AC? 15, okay. All of those hit, by the way. Except for Isaiah and Ivo.
Alright.
9 damage. 7 plus 6 is 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. Action! Oh, I probably should have summoned the skeleton first. Okay, Brittle Bones Nikki. Kill that optimistic goblin.
Where is that? Let me get that real quick. Here it is. There you go.
Alright. We'll just be getting one of these things. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mickey's back.
Optimism is dead.
Yes.
All right. Now we can all be cynical bastards.
Don't forget, we're all sad, cynical. Because
Oh,
I
yeah, no,
know
you're right, because Happy's dead too.
Yeah,
she's
anything
a pile of ash.
anything else?
We're not
That
hungry
was my
though, so
action
that's a
and
good sign.
bonus action. I got jack crap, nothing else.
Okay.
Alright.
Kalani, wisdom save, please.
I've done 2 of these.
I read it right this time. 19?
You are not charmed and frightened, and you will have advantage on all future saves against that effect.
That makes sense. I mean, story-wise, I feel like Kalani had been grappling with this sort of thing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, but we'll go into detail about that later. For now, there is beautiful cannon fodder in front of me that I think makes ammunition. Especially because, according to Kalani's stat block, she doesn't seem to have her ability to recall her axe anymore.
Yeah. I'll say she still did get to recall it. It just...
Okay. Yeah. But, anyways, let me just double check the okay, so it is... Okay. Okay, so it is just crushing grip. Got it.
Yeah. You'll have to move then
It
to
is just
make
crushing
that.
grip.
You'll have to move to throw because it'll be out of range.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was already looking into that. But, yeah, okay. Just making sure I didn't need to add anything else. Oh, wow, Kalani.
You have advantage because of battle meditation.
Oh, right. I was like, oh, wow, Kalani.
Yep, you hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Yes. That is 1d8 plus 3. I am far and away too far from that happy little score there. There we go. 1d8 plus ouch equals just 6. But hey, that's not where the big damage comes in.
Yeet.
The
big damage comes in from
you can only move at
going
half.
here.
You can only move at half speed since you're grappling a creature.
Half speed, huh? Then there.
I mean, still plenty far enough, but
yeah. So then there. So just bring him over and give him the old Kalani special towards the towards the entity that Kalani has her suspicions about, and she is not very happy about.
What did I make the save on that?
16.
Okay, succeed.
Ah.
So roll 5d6
okay.
twice then. So she still takes half damage.
Oh yes.
The bokoblin makes like a screamy noise as it flies through the air.
So 17 versus 19. I'll let you decide what's what.
Yep. Second one goes to the bokoblin, who is now prone.
All right.
Oh, and is no longer grappled, obviously.
Yeah. And I can't quite do that. That's okay. I will. Nothing's near me, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's it from Kalani for now.
Okay, Nilo. Save, please. Wisdom
Nilo.
save, please.
Right. Nilos need to make the not be scaredy cat save.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put this icon on people who have advantage on their saves against that. Nilo is both charmed and frightened until the beginning of her next turn.
Does Legion need to?
Legion is immune to both those effects.
Oh, okay. Cool. Legion.
Besides, I'm also going to say this only affects living creatures, because I feel like that makes more sense.
It does. But,
with the way Malice acts and everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was able to manipulate machines at one point, but whatever. I'm not going to get into that. That was one circumstance, and it was clearly planned for.
It's also not this... Oh, yeah, no. I see what you mean now.
Yeah, it was only one thing I can think of, and it was clearly a thought out and well executed plan.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, Legion.
Also, they were magically powered, so
Legion.
I assume that makes it easier. Legion. I'm trying to figure out who he should shoot at.
Okay.
Because it's either
right next to him.
Actually, you know what? Instead of shooting, that's actually a better idea. I'm gonna do something Legion never does. Legion will activate his Omniblade and perform a rend on Crab.
Okay.
Let me just double check to make sure that's the. Let me just double check to make sure that that's the roll, or I need to make a different roll. Yeah. So, do you want me to re-roll that, or
you have advantage?
Is that
so...
just... Okay?
Yes, that hits.
Legion, do me a solid and do me some angry damage. Angry damage, like I know you're incapable of emotion, but angry damage. Does that make any sense to you? You over 1,000 pieces of programming that doesn't understand people, because honestly, people are terrifying and complicated. and I hate being among them.
Wouldn't it be
Yes, Legion understands.
worse though if the
Max damage.
Okay, second attack still with advantage.
Okay. No advantage.
Still with advantage. You're flanking.
Yes.
You're flanking.
Oh, I am. Continue assault. Continue melee assault on Crab.
Also hits.
All right.
No crit.
No crit, but probably not max damage because dice don't love. Oh my God, Legion! Oh my God, Legion!
You know what? Go ahead and roll me an extra 2d10 for max damage stuff.
Nope.
Just for
really?
Yeah, an extra 2d10. You rolled 2 max damages in 1 turn. Let's do it for fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I doubted that was gonna happen, but like, I was like, 2 6s though.
2 9s.
Like, I was just like, what the? I was like, what the? All right, Legion apparently prefers to melee despite being built to be a sniper.
Oh, that's just
He's
Okay,
frustrated that his ranged algorithms aren't working or something. I don't know.
okay.
I don't know, man.
You never
I
considered
don't
anything
his
else
think I have
feelings
enough
about what he
range
wanted to do.
let me check Nilo's attack unless she can't attack because of charmed. What does
she
the effect
can't.
of charm do again?
She can't attack Phi. She can attack other things though.
Okay. Then I will also unload fire upon Crab.
She will have disadvantage on that attack.
Yes.
Well, actually, it'll be a neutral roll because of battle meditation. That does hit.
Okay. Well, that's 17.
That hits.
So that's what? Okay. Sorry, my thing was telling me weird stuff.
No, not 2
That
plus
is
10.
not correct. I told you my stuff was telling me weird. My stuff was telling me weird. There we go. 2 plus 10 is indeed 12. Good job, Joey.
Okay.
That's 13
Congratulations, you
damage.
can math.
You know,
Using
sometimes
a
you
computer,
just have to check.
not a flex. Using
Perform
a
a gravity
computer,
check.
not a flex. Yeah. So that's everything.
Okay. Bradley, wisdom save, please.
Do
What would be
do a
more
whiz
amazing
save.
is that if it didn't equal to 12.
Ah!
I'm actually just gonna have the charmed icon. It'll be easier for me to toggle on and off. Charmed and frightened
Oh, yeah.
of Phi.
Wow,
Anyway,
everybody's
that doesn't
getting
change my
charmed.
plans in the slightest. Blast the crab. Alakablam. I cast shotgun.
It does hit.
Oh
yeah, you have your sword back now by now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that for a sec.
And let's do it again. Alakablam.
All right, you will be rolling that one at disadvantage because of the frightened.
But she is that way, and he's looking that way.
Yeah, it does. You don't have to be looking directly at them. It's just as long as you have line of sight.
There you go. Varut, like at any given situation. Or not Varut, Brad.
You're a wizard.
16 to hit.
You do still hit.
Okay, so that's 11 damage. We'll throw.
It fails.
Hooray! It can't go anywhere, and it takes an extra.
Well, it definitely can't go anywhere, given that it's dead now.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Anything else?
Nope.
Alrighty. It is the last Bokoblin's turn. It's gonna get up and run. And then on Fi's turn, you see her just turn and shoot a bolt of fire straight through its back, and it just gets burned to death.
Thank you. I need that corpse for later.
What? No. like when your enemy is just like, what?
Fi's gonna move up to Kalani. And you see her conjure an axe that looks a lot like Kalani's axe, but more spiky and demonic looking.
Yeah, I imagine it's somewhat serrated and just blacker.
Yep, and it also has malice flames on it.
Yep.
And she swings it at you, and she misses.
I imagine it's kind of a fairly epic. Summons the axe, swings it, and then Kalani deflects it with hers.
Yeah, she deflects the second swing as well.
Yep.
And let's see, is there anything else? Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot she has legendary actions.
I imagine it also looks like it has pieces of that sword we saw earlier.
Yep.
Just dangling off of it with chains and stuff.
Yep.
That's
And
how I always pictured it looking.
yep, that it does have pieces of that sword you saw earlier, and Kalani does recognize them as pieces of the Master Sword, just embedded in it.
Yep.
And dangling off of it with chains, and yeah, clearly partially forged of the Master Sword.
Yep.
Brute, your turn. Wisdom save, please.
Okay.
Can I get all you chuckle nuts and tomatoes?
17.
I believe that's a success. Let me check. Nope, that's a failure.
Oh no! I failed.
Yeah, you
bonus action. Remove it anyways.
Yeah, but you no longer have advantage on the save. You don't get advantage on the saves.
Yeah, but for Baaack, that makes such a big difference. It only matters for all of 1 second when he doesn't have his bonus action.
Anyways.
Coordination.
Yes, you can cut out the you can cut out the sarcasm now.
Anyways, disintegration. Actually, do I want to get the lightsaber? But that means getting it close.
Yes, please get in close. I want to do something.
Fire 1 disintegration bolt for now, and then I think I'll do whistling birds for the 27 slash all.
Yeah, that hits.
Did not pay attention to me.
I was thinking aloud, and then we're gonna use whistling birds.
Spencer is gonna use the Call to Feast thing to deal a bunch of damage to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I will be back in a moment.
Well then, let's actually move up close and lightsaber out. Let's do the second attack lightsaber.
So
one ranged, one.
Yeah, you get flanking.
Okay. $26.
Yeah, 26 hits. I'm pretty sure.
That is 2d6 plus 5. I assume her. Wait, actually, do I just cut the axe in half?
The axe is magic.
I figured as much.
Besides, she literally conjured it, so she would just conjure another one. She is gonna swing the axe at you though.
Big sad.
Twice. As a reaction to you dealing damage to her.
2 attacks as a reaction.
Yes. Eek. At advantage. That first one's a critical hit.
Double
and the second one's a 24 to hit.
Is this? I mean, I'm not seeing it on the stat block, so I'm assuming it's not anymore. This Beskar doesn't have the crit immunity.
No, it's not.
Big sad.
So, yeah, that's a crit, and a 24 to hit, I assume, hits as well?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, you're on fire right now.
Oof. That's fun.
Let's see, what icon do I want to use for on fire? Not like let's use marked for on fire.
I'm surprised there isn't an on fire icon.
It's like a flame-like looking one.
66 plus 10.
Well, I guess on fire isn't really a condition.
Plus 4d10 plus.
Like in base D&D.
Yeah, it's not a condition in base.
Yeah, but I'm just surprised it's not an icon at all.
Why isn't it?
All right, Baaack, this is
status effects have existed since.
This is really gonna hurt. So that is oh dear goodness, that is a total of 99 damage.
99.
Ooh. Yeah.
Still alive.
Yeah, I know. But also that was a crit, so you know what that means.
Reaction to resist. Con mod is +2.
Slashing fire. Con mod is +2. Resist injuries.
resistances to radiant, if that matters.
None of it was radiant damage.
Does a lot.
Like I said, if that matters.
Hey, Varut,
Hmm.
give me
Did he get
highs or
Zuko'd?
give me highs or lows. He did not get Zuko'd.
Highs.
It's hilarious that these both happened to Brad. You lose a leg.
Of course.
Ah! Thankfully, you got a jetpack. You don't need it.
Of course.
The the stump also gets cauterized by the flames, so you're not gonna bleed out. But yeah, you lose a
Yeah.
leg.
I'm just curious, what's the game reason, not the mechanic stat block reason for why the Beskar crit?
Clearly because it was a crit, it went like because
Was
you have that
was that
undershield armor.
wait, hold on. Was that a thing before?
Yes, it was.
It was? Okay, I just forgot about that. Let me never mind. You don't lose a leg.
Yeah, I was just curious. Oh, okay.
Yeah, clearly it was a critical hit, so I imagine it just the attack that was done, I missed what it was, managed to snake its way right through the knee,
No,
right
it was
past the knee joint in
yeah,
your armor.
no, he normally has crit immunity, so yeah, so actually you take 53 damage total.
Okay.
And you don't begin burning, and you don't lose a leg.
That works. It's great. That's fantastic. I was just, okay.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah, no. It's been a while. It's just one of those things of like okay, clearly something happened.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
so
Spartan's Mjolnir's all beat up because he bounced around through who knows
Yeah.
how many.
so Vagar, your turn now.
Okay. Yeah. Doot. I'm risking it.
Perfect.
Risk,
Actually, could
risk
you
it for the
move?
biscuit. Get
Right.
yourself
Yep.
lit on fire.
Yep.
Oh wait, you have
Okay,
to make
if
it.
everyone
Wait, no,
gets...
go back to where you were. You have to make a save.
Oh, right.
Wisdom save, Vagar.
Wisdom save. Okay.
Yep.
If Vagar goes here and someone else goes here, we'd have all the cardinal directions. More or less.
Well, no, we would have all of the half cardinals. We'd have all
Actually,
the northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, because right here would be north, and right
actually
here.
knowing the positioning of the actual map, we would be north and all
Well,
that because Kalani would be north.
I was just going
Because
relative
according
to
to
the
the
way the map.
actual, I know
Anyways,
according to most actual rules.
Vagar, you are
Yeah. By the way,
you are charmed and brightened.
Okay.
No approaches.
No approaches.
And no
Okay.
hurtsies, apparently, because
No.
there is
Well,
nothing
you
else
can
to hurt.
hurt these. It's just disadvantage.
What?
Actually, no, it'd be a normal roll because you have advantage from.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought
Then
you
I'll
couldn't
just.
attack something you were charmed.
Yeah, no,
No,
you
no, no,
can't
no, no.
attack it. No,
Oh, yeah.
he's charmed. He can't attack the
Charmed.
spirit.
I
Okay.
forgot about the charmed. I was going for
Woohoo.
the frightened part. I forgot about the charm.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
there's nothing else to hurt.
Yep.
There is no charm.
There I am.
In theory, maybe you could ready action until I remove your charm from you next round. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then I will take out my crossbow and just ready.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a legal trigger condition.
No, I'm pretty sure that charmed actually says you can't take any hostile action towards the thing you're charmed of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So, Emiria, your turn.
Alright, I'm making a roll. Rolling 1d20 plus 2. Ah, that's a nat 1.
Yeah.
However, that is not my problem. That sounds like somebody else's problem. Alright. Get yourself over there. Kick the crap out of her.
Kick her knees. Maybe in the shin. I heard that really hurts.
She's a ghost. She doesn't have any knees.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have experience in this regard.
Go forth, Isaiah. All right. Okay, there's all the boys.
The skeleton too.
And
Unfortunately, with
oh
us
yeah,
being in this tight a formation, I can't use my flamethrower. I would burn everyone else alive.
yeah, kick 'em. All right. Okay, you just have a normal. Ooh. And then
Okay.
brittle bones, Nikki.
8 damage.
We'll get a 5.
Are we just ganging up on this undead spirit thing and mauling it?
Yes.
Why wouldn't
I'm the only one who gets to control undead in this vicinity.
Technically, it's not undead.
It can't be prone.
It is a spirit.
Spirits don't technically have to have been a living thing before.
You have a point there.
So it's
Uh,
not
what-
undead.
uh,
It was
what-
never alive to die the first time.
What damage type is Isaiah dealing?
Isaiah is dealing, I presumably believe, bludgeoning. He has a wrench.
Bonk.
Okay. You gave the spirit a concussion.
I don't know how you did that, but you did it. Nice.
Yeah! Go, Isaiah, go!
I have suspicions, but like, way to go, buddy.
All right.
Way to go, little dude.
Yes, go, little boy. Main action. Kick her while she's down. Call to feast. Everyone within 5 feet, please use a reaction to hit this person again. Alright.
So Kalani and Baaack, that includes both of you.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Currently double checking my axe weapon attack. Ouchies. There it is.
Chop chop.
You have advantage.
Oh, that's right, because we were flanking.
Yeah. By all directions.
Call to feast is a strong spell.
So
Yeah.
19.
I don't
Yeah,
think
19
I don't think Kalani hit.
No, Kalani did not hit.
You see, the problem was I had it clicked on the Legion icon. That's what the problem was.
15 from the lightsaber.
Okay. Anything else, Emiria?
Oh, that's action. Bonus action. I guess we gotta stand here and look pretty. I do like this new dress.
All right. Kalani, wisdom save at advantage, please.
That's a crit.
You are now immune to that effect.
Which makes sense because I was about to have Kalani do a lore drop.
Oh wait, hold on a sec.
Well, it also doesn't make sense because she's currently.
Hold on a sec, actually.
Yeah.
Before your turn, the spirit is going to shoot a weird little ray at Emiria. Emiria, I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Yes. Thing that I am not good at. 1d plus 2.
Ooh,
I shall get a 17 either way.
That is still a failure.
Still
not
failure.
nice.
You are now paralyzed until the end of your next turn.
Oh shit.
Ooh, hold person.
It's not hold person. It's a special. I mean, it kind of acts like hold person, but it's a special thing that she can only do on frightened creatures. Anyways, Kalani.
Yeah. Fun little Kalani lore drop. She's going to say, like, Like, I'm not even sure she would have ever really brought this up to Varut, and if she did, it was in one of those off conversations that we never recorded.
Mm-hmm.
But there had always been, like, some Gerudo script on her weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never said what it was before, and because honestly, I never really thought to name it till later. So Kalani's just gonna say the name of her weapon, clearly pointed towards this creature, a veil. So this is what they mean by what could have been.
What always should have been, Dragmire.
Attack. That I still have advantage, so.
Yes.
Wow, didn't roll good.
I'm gonna give you double advantage because you're kind of enraged right now, obviously, because it literally just calls you by your last name.
Yeah. So I'll roll another one. Oh,
Hey.
Someone with her standards should not be doing that when she has a concussion at the moment.
Yeah.
That hits.
Yeah. Let me make it better.
Here, let me give you some help.
You see the good news about concussions is that you can't have them when you're dead. So that's a 20. That's a 26. So that's a weapon attack of. Oh wow, really? Oh, that's nice.
Chop time.
And that was made with advantage. But this thing can't be prone, so.
Yeah. Okay. Attack. That's 10 ouch. To the to apparently echo a veil. Or no, that's not the right roll at all. That's not the right roll at all. What I need is this for my additional attack, because this is all 3 attacks going to ouch times.
Yep.
You forgot about advantage.
You only have you still have advantage.
Because you're still flanking with me.
Okay.
And then you get foot soldier. And the flesh golem.
Okay.
Wow.
What is
wow.
I was giving you double
Actually,
advantage on the one. I'm gonna give you double advantage on that one attack. So.
Yeah. So yeah, no, that's fine. And I'll go through my third attack. Just roll those twice.
Okay, finally.
That hits.
Okay, 24. That's it. We'll go with. And hey, there we go. An additional 13 ouch.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and that should be everything from Kalani, because anything else she'd be able to do would also hurt Varut a lot. I don't think Varut would take because like if there's one thing I remember about Mandalorian armor, it don't do good against lightning.
You know. I mean, I don't have anything like vulnerability to lightning.
I mean, you don't have any effects that deal lightning damage.
I don't.
No.
I thought that was what the.
It deals thunder damage.
Thunder thing did.
Deals thunder
okay.
damage.
Okay, that is different.
So anyways. The spirit's gonna take a legendary. The spirit's gonna take a legendary action to swing the axe at you.
Yeah. Question: how is it wielding the axe? This is just for a different thing.
The axe is just kind of floating next to it and spinning around.
What would you classify that as?
Oh, whether it's being worn or carried?
One-handed or. One-handed, two-handed, or part of the body.
Why?
Well, last time we checked,
if I'm able to have Nilo do anything, I might be considering disarm.
Okay. That wouldn't work on this because it's like.
Okay.
You know, because it's the spirit of the weapon. It would just summon a new one.
Yeah, no, I know. I just want I was just thinking whether or not
it absolutely hits you. By the way, that's a 22 to hit.
Ow.
I assumed it was like more like a spiritual weapon kind of thing.
Total of 28 damage. Nilo, your turn. Save, please.
Was Nilo's save? Yes, terrible. No.
Charmed and frightened.
So, Legion. Legion. Legion, go.
Commence the stabbing.
Further stabs. Further stabs. Stab more stabs.
Turning into
all
just
the stabs.
This is turning into something like you see in a crime movie where it's just a gang of people
A gang initiation is what they are called sometimes.
At advantage.
Hey, it's your advantage.
18.
Yep, that hits.
All right.
Just the party gangs up on a spirit in a dark alley and shanks it to death. With giant axes and plasma weapons.
And glowing hot, angry blades.
That's why I was lumping
effectively a 100-degree challenge shiv.
And one falls off
I was
you with a
lumping
wrench.
your flash printed shiv with the lightsaber because they're both very hot. For different reasons, but burned flesh is burned flesh. It doesn't care whether hot steel or
Too bad it
plasma.
can't burn flesh.
Well, I mean, if it was in the real world, if it's glowing red hot because it was just fabricated.
Well, yeah, but I mean, because it's a spirit, you can't really burn. It's a spirit, and I imagine its flesh is very metallic, so it's.
Well, I could certainly melt
only
it.
other short. In terms of this universe's rules, I can only. I'm gonna go ahead and roll 2 attacks. Advantage attack again with Legion. See if he hits. Doesn't look like it. And that appears to be. Wait, was I able to do that this whole time? I'm just going to say that's it for now while I look something up.
Okay. Bradley.
And then probably kick myself in the shin.
Wisdom say, give me a good number. That's a great number.
You are not charmed and frightened, and you will have advantage on all future saves against that effect.
Let us go. Do I have 40 feet?
With adrenaline rush, you do.
Yeah. I was just making sure that it was a +10, not a +5 by now.
Go Bradley in the party.
And, you know what? I have close quarters shooter. Blasted in the face.
You don't get advantage if you're doing it with your shotgun.
No, I have advantage with the first attack from battle meditation.
Oh, yeah, no, from battle meditation, yeah.
Yep. And then, instead of doing crippling strike, I'm going to use martial focus to get advantage on the second attack and blast it in the face again.
Okay.
That was actually a 19 to hit, but it doesn't make a difference.
Can't do that either, bitch.
That's it.
Alrighty. 'Tis the spirit's turn now. The corrupted.
I just double-checked everything. What I was thinking wouldn't have worked. Yeah.
Wow, not very good at group damage. Well,
Which is a good thing.
She's gonna swing at. Saying who she is going to swing on.
There we go.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
The party sees one funny sword spirit. Everyone.
She's going to just. She's just gonna swing the axe in a wide arc. So I'm gonna need. I'm gonna give her like a sweep attack here. since I would give Kalani that effect. So everything within 5 feet of her needs to make a dex save.
Ooh. A dex save, you say? I have
dex save.
advantage. Good thing that was a 1.
Okay, that's a fail still.
Oh,
Alright.
It's still, but
really?
not-
Wow, Kalani, you really have gotten weaker.
but, dex is plus 10 for root. 16 is it's not a crit fail, which is so much better.
Yeah.
Bobby.
It's gonna be a fail. That's gonna be a success
That
for
looks
Root
like
is
a
a
Bradley.
potential
29.
Kalani fail.
For Varud, I mean, yeah, it's a Kalani fail.
Bobby got a 14.
Let me just check some. Let me do one thing first. I'm gonna do Legion's check next, and then I'm gonna. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna. And if that works fine, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
Because why not? I was literally just looking at it. Or actually, no, I can't do it that way. Never mind. I
Okay.
literally just read it. What am I talking about? But I will need. There he is.
All right. Whatever that was fails.
And was the claw swarm? Actually, would the claw swarm need to
Legion
make one?
succeeds.
Because it's like
The claw swarm
technically not
does need. The claw swarm does need to make one.
right because it's well. I was thinking it was like it's on the space.
Yeah, but it does.
Well,
It does. It needs.
knowing
the
how
act
this thing
would-
is shaped and how it works, it's also doing kind of like a low. It's doing kind of like a ice skating almost looking thing. So they're just getting kicked around.
All right. Skeleton has a 0. 1d20. Still somehow gets an 18.
Skeleton succeeds.
Good job, Brittle Bones, Nikki.
Legion the
Today
skeleton.
you are
Varut.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Herbert.
Alrighty. And the Isaiah does not need to make the save because it's so tiny. It's underneath the axe swinging. Okay. Those who failed take 19 damage, and then Varut the skeleton and the claw swarm taking not the claw swarm. Varut the skeleton and Legion take 9 damage.
Okay.
And yeah, Varut, your turn.
Okie dokie. Well, it's time to go chop chop. But first, battle removes charmed condition on the habit, and then attack roll and time some. Oh, check for crit. No crit. Big
Okay,
sad.
just a second. I just need to do something.
Okay, I got the roll ready.
Just a second. Oh crap! Yeah, I need to. There we go. Okay. Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Okie dokie. And then we do it again. Let's actually click on that one. 8 plus 7. Check for the crit. No crit. Big sad. The dice have spoken.
Yep, that hits though.
Chop chop. Okay. And I'll use the bonus action, so that is it.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Vagar, make your save, please.
Woohoo!
So much health.
Another one. Woohoo! Again.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay.
I'll be here. I got you back from right here.
All right, Emeria, you're paralyzed, so you don't get to do anything. Kalani, your turn.
Just doing math real quick.
Wait, do I have to verbally command
Okay.
the minions?
You have to. You either have to You have to use your bonus action, which you don't have right now. So.
Alright.
And if they're incapacitated, they just defend themselves.
Yep.
Alright. I think we take like specifically the dodge action.
Something like that. Doesn't really matter. I would be highly surprised if it survives to their turn again.
Yeah.
I mean, considering everyone else is about ready to.
I have an idea for a partial Kalani shenanigan. Don't think it'll work too well, but we'll try it anyway.
You could backbreaker this thing.
I don't see a what?
You could use backbreaker. Well, no, you wouldn't. You would have, that would take too long.
Yeah. I was gonna say I had a feeling that I had a feeling that stuff like that is kind of hard to do something that just floats as a given.
Well, yeah, but like what I was meaning was like if there was enough space for another turn for you, you could backbreaker it. But
yeah, yeah, but what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna use one of mine to crushing grip.
Okay.
And hopefully try to grip it grip it by the axe. That seems to just, or, that might not work, but grip it.
Okay.
Give it a firm, hard. No.
Oof.
At advantage. Hit.
Aha!
I was like, no. Let's go ahead and roll that there damage.
You relocated.
I did not do that on purpose.
We're like, wait a second, something changed here.
Yeah. What was that?
D8 plus 3.
I see where I went wrong. I was about to type out the wrong weapon damage.
Oh.
And I was like, where did I get that number? And I see where I got it.
Okay.
Just to give an explanation of how I'm doing this, I'm actually gonna, because I'm one-handing it, and then I'm just gonna like adjust my grip in a way where, you know, kind of that epic slide, hand lets the haft slide down, so that her hand is effectively underneath the axe blade. Okay. And, you know, she's going to use that, use the remainder of her attacks to hit it.
All right.
Yeah. So, second attack.
That is a nat 20.
Okay, Kalani's clearly telling me something.
So, add an extra 16 damage to what you would normally roll.
Yeah, I think Kalani's telling me something. She's telling me, don't make me grab everything, grab it all. It's all about that firm grip. Clearly, because she was rolling terribly when I wasn't doing that. 2d8 plus 3 and 16. Ooh, big ouch. 31.
Okay.
And last attack.
Still hits.
Not as high, but that's but it's still an ouch. So there you go.
Alrighty. You know what? How do you want to do this?
How many does it have left?
It's not that's enough to finish it off.
All right. Yeah, just
I will say you do not kill it by this.
Yeah.
Just to
she's just gonna keep like effectively it's kind of like it's sort of a mixture of angry plus battlefield determination and just clearly gripping this thing and just keeps winging at it, and at this point it was clearly winging at the gem in the middle. Just kept winging on it.
You hit the gem really hard with one of them. You hear like a ping sound that like echoes through the nearby area, and then all of a sudden you're not holding the spirit anymore. The spirit is crouching over here.
Let me zoom out real quick. I was all
Yeah.
zoomed in. Everybody was all up front.
Yeah, she's just crouching over there. For someone who really hates her heritage, you know how to wield his strength.
And you've clearly inherited his cowardice.
The spirit just shrugs. It wasn't my job to defeat you. Just to gather information. I'll see you in our old beastie, Dragmire. And then she disappears.
Root looks at Kalani with a. I mean, his helmet's on, so you can't exactly see his face, but like the rest of his body, he just looks at her with the like kind of posture and all that, and is like, "Why do I get the feeling Naboris monstrosity?"
You are out of combat now.
Yeah. So, yeah, Kalani's just quiet for a minute. Just kind of, and she's clearly looking over her own weapon. She just kind of just lets out a heavy sigh that clearly is just carrying the weight of a lot. Just centuries of weight. And just they claims to know me, but they've shown their hand. I know exactly who and what I'm dealing with.
Well, that makes one of us.
Put it simply, Dragmire is my surname. It is the surname of many, but it was one that was forgotten for good reason. We cast it aside long ago as we cast away our loyalties to the Demon King. I had always seen the Demon King's foolish war against Hyrule as the biggest weakness Gerudo has ever shown. Never, as all it had ever done was anger a nation that the gods themselves seemed absolutely hell-bent on preserving. Stories of floods, eradication. These very sands I dare not imagine how much of these sands are, how many bones of my people these sands are hiding from those gruesome conflicts. We are dealing with not only my lost power, we're dealing with it as it would have been wielded had I been loyal to our people's roots.
Lovely.
Perhaps even worse.
That's
Part of me had always been somewhat ambitious. I could see how that could even, and no matter what and I doubt no matter what my allegiances were, I would never see Ganondorf, my ancestor, as anything more than a weakling that needs to be pushed aside for something stronger to take hold.
Yeah, it sounds like you. This is going to be just peach.
I suspect I did not wish to keep this from you all, but I suspected as much when I smelled the curse off of your friend Brad. If the Demon King was truly dead, then his malice should have faded. It would only reignite upon his rebirth. It is far too soon for such a thing to have occurred if what you say is true. We This is why it is situations like these that was why I got so angry with my own people. Because I know peace can never last, especially not in lands as cruel as this. We've dawdled long enough.
While Kalani is talking, Bradley, you get a message from like contacted by Ticker. Hey Bradley, we just noticed a massive spike of magic near your location. What's going on?
Well, we got 2/3 of Kalani. Apparently, her soul was split in thirds, and I'm going to have to track down the corrupted last part. The
I
part
love how
representing
none of that makes
power.
any sense at the moment to Ticker.
And then we also just fought some weird evil spirit thing. But right before it would have died, it just sort of ran away. And Kalani has just been informing us of what we have to look.
Everyone good?
Yeah.
Bradley kind of cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just hoping that was just Bradley and not me. One of them is business as usual. The other one is one of the possibilities was business as usual. The other possibility would have been expensive on my end.
Well,
I need to replace this thing.
where's your where is your what's the term I'm looking for? Where's your mark?
I asked that to the others. Well, where do we think? Oh, sorry.
Wherever Va Naboris rests.
Wherever something called Naboris rests.
Sounds like I think we heard a story about 4 things called Va something that fell into the depths. We've been
in the back, you can I imagine in the back you can barely hear a. For God's sakes, Ticker! They were called divine beasts.
I know they were. You hear Ticker like clearly turning away from the mic. I know they were called. I know they were called divine beasts. I didn't know if they would know that.
You're not nearly old enough for your memory to start going, Mr. Ticker. I worry sometimes.
But yeah, he tells you basically that there are the reports have that there are four giant chasms across the land that the divine beasts fell into during the upheaval.
So, is this just being communicated through Brad's helmet, or is he
Yeah, through
like
Brad's helmet.
got this open? Okay.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have this open. He's got to tell us.
Yep. I do.
All right.
Actually, I'd probably switch it over from my internal helmet comm to like kind of like a hollow pad thing, like
Okay.
what
right.
what Root uses in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Cheap.
Yeah. There's
There's
a weird almost Halo almost equivalent.
Yeah.
So you just put it on speakerphone effectively.
Yep. Yep.
So
we see
the recent battle
so
took two.
Kalani sees a little hologram of a mantis man.
Yeah. So the battle took two stages. If I were to fight the divine beasts, they too would have been the first things I destroyed. Their power, awesome in its most literal definition. Now we just need to locate where Naboris was resting before it fell.
You hear Ticker talking to someone kind of like off the mic and stuff. Like, where did you say it was?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh yeah. I'm talking to a local named Zelda. She said it was on top of somewhere called Spectacle Rock.
Kalani immediately locks eyes with it. Which side?
You hear him ask, the south eastern side.
Then we have a climb.
Out of character, you could also ask the Great Fairy for help. That's kind of why you came here to begin with.
Oh shit! Right,
Yeah.
We were there the whole time.
Yeah. Then we have a climb, unless the Great Fairy is being courteous.
Wait. These all fell into.
Skirbo in the back.
These all
Did you
fell
just say
into
fairy?
chasms. Wait, these all fell into chasms, right? A big hole.
Yes.
And a big mountain off over that direction. Then he points towards the mountain that we literally walked past to get here in the first second.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we did walk past it. We walked past it for good. You want to know the best part?
Dang,
you want to know the best part? You can actually see Spectacle Rock on the map. It literally just looks kind of like a pair of glasses. And if you look at it, we kind of walked like pretty much around almost the entire base of the mountain range it's on. Just to get
Tigger says we haven't actually identified the cause of that hole in the north. Spectacle Rock is further south, near the canyon you traveled through.
The hole in the locals call that. You mean the one the locals call Hebra?
Yes.
It almost looked like it was carved.
That's what we were thinking too. The edges are almost fused into glass. Something very powerful carved that hole.
Something like, say,
Indeed.
a massive lightning blast. This is Varut speaking this time.
Yeah, no. Kalani just kind of, indeed. If anyone can roll an insight if they want.
Is Kalani looking like sheepish at all? From what Baroot
She kind
knows
of.
of her?
Well, no, she mostly said indeed because of the fused glass part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, sure, Baroot will roll an insight on.
Also, Ticker is going to be like, you say that like you were there?
Nope. He is not insightful at all.
It is of no importance.
It's a giant hole carved through a mountain. I think we're at least curious to know where it came from.
You know what? I'm gonna have Nilo roll an insight.
I think Spartan's also gonna do that. That's a +6. What?
24.
Super
Wow.
soldier with an AI is on to you.
15. That's pretty good. Nothing else. You were there. You know what happened.
Well, soldier, care to spill the bean, as they say?
Is this an interrogation?
Well, no. But we would really like to know. Rude will just be like, Kalani, just tell us what happened. Why is there a giant hole in the mountain?
Her jaw kind of sets. She clicks her teeth a bit. The divine beasts possessed a particularly powerful beam of light. I don't recall what the monks called it, but it had powers specifically designed to weaken and disable the Demon King's spirit, Calamity Ganon. During the battle, I had been attempting to charge the beast whilst charging said weapon. It got in a rather nasty blow. I missed.
Oh.
You hear Ticker start loudly coughing as a way to like disguise his laughter.
Yeah, that's Rude's like
Gerbo's listening.
He takes a second and then he just like full on like barrel laugh. He's almost falling down. He's like,
yeah,
you missed. How can you miss with something like that?
She's just like, just like,
Imagine that Kalani turns like beet red.
Like she's just
briefly managed to recover. He's like, I've seen Star Destroyers do less damage to mountains than he does it all.
He's just like, and I think you can even mildly hear over the comms, Ticker, try to hold it. Ticker, try to hold it together. She looks like she could bend you in half. It's like, it's okay. She's on the other side of a comm. I don't think that'll stop someone like that.
Anyways,
it's just like,
Barook is dying.
Meanwhile, in the most back, they're like the quietest, like as quiet as you could hear, but those with enough perception could hear Mary going, Mary going, since when did The Legend of Zelda have fucking Megazords?
Anyways, well, it sounds like your quest is going well. Radio if you need support.
Yes, it's not every day you nearly get choked to death by a dead woman. That's when Skirbo chimes in. That actually happens every third dungeon excursion. Like, because I just realized, like, no, it's common for people to get nearly killed by dead people.
Okay, I want to do one more thing with the Great Fairy, and then we'll end off. So let's.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Mm-hmm. So Kalani's just kind of, yes, we have yes, and we have me. Yes, and I have things yes, you have, whoever you are, you're clearly busy, and we have things to kill. And then she'll just slam her fist into Brad's hand, breaking whatever device he was using.
Hey!
Effectively hanging up.
Hey! It's unhelpful.
It's just like, friggin' Nilo. I'll fix it. I'll fix it later.
Baaack just shakes his head as he manages to get his chuckles under control, and he's like, just like old times.
Just one hell of a way to hang up.
Yeah.
On their end, they just suddenly got a signal lost.
Oh yeah, and also Kalani, you are starting to feel a little bit stronger since you defeated the axe spirit.
Yeah. So since she defeated a Veil, yeah. So she's just going towards the fairy fountain. Clearly not interested in reliving what was probably her biggest shame during the war.
And the Baaack's just like, just like old times.
That being said, it is worth noting that there's probably legends. It's like, yes, Kalani was one who could break mountains. And you're just like, and she's just like, Hylia's tits. Why does everyone want to remember that?
Anyways, you approach the fountain, and you see, with a laugh, a very basically a giant woman comes out of the fountain.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull her up on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep going. Just
yeah. Gerudo. I don't see very many Gerudo here.
Wow! I literally found. Yeah. I literally found Terra. This one.
just that link. What can I do for you?
She clearly recollects herself a little bit. I am looking for a missing piece of my very soul. I am told it is near the remains of divine beast Varnaboris.
So it's you that my out of character, what do great fairies refer to other fairies as?
Sisters, I think.
The great fairies are generally sisters. It's the servants that I don't know. Sometimes it's sisters, sometimes it's children, sometimes they just don't even refer to them by anything.
I'm gonna say they refer to them as handmaidens.
Sure, that'll work.
So it's you that my handmaidens have been telling me about. The great Kalani of legend.
It is of some comfort that I've gained the status as I've carved out my own status in history. Though it does, though, though it seems the lessons I wished to teach did not stay.
Seldom is our legacy what we wish it to be. I would love to help you and your friends, but that sort of that sort of that sort of feat would require a little bit of fuel. She looks at who's carrying the
Kalani just
rupees?
snaps her. Kalani just snaps her fingers at. I assume it was either Brad or Varut who was holding the money purse.
I think it was Brad.
Yeah.
I think your big friend there is holding a silver rupee. Yes.
I searched through the pouch.
It's worth 100
I
rupees.
assume
Kalani's
we
just
have.
holding out her hand in the direction of Brad, not even looking at him.
Yeah. How much is a silver one?
It's 100.
100.
100. Okay.
Yep.
That should about do it.
Surprisingly generous this time around. Normally, I've heard of you requiring more.
I'm in a giving mood today.
Kalani kind of regards the fairy for a second and says, "The hero has already given plenty, hasn't he?"
Oh, oh, I've always been the easiest of my sisters to read.
Perhaps I should meet the hero perhaps I should meet this hero before long.
He really
But
is.
after I deal with me.
Yes, yes. Have fun. She blows a kiss towards all of you, and the world begins to spin around you, and then you're standing in a cavern.
Yeah.
There's some like glowing
I
purple muck.
imagine yeah. Go.
Um,
I Out of game, I imagine that we kind of did the normal, like the classic old Ocarina of Time Zelda teleport, where we kind of seemingly almost turn into fairies, but that's not what we saw.
yeah. Um,
And then those
and
fairies reassemble.
yeah, but you're all just standing there in the caverns. You do not see this guy. And then you hear a roar behind you.
I think I know exactly what it is because I helped you look this thing up earlier today.
Yes, you did.
uh, yeah. I'm gonna point out after the show with the Molduga earlier, you might actually want to up its level.
Yeah. But you turn around to see a giant lion centaur thing.
A
It has
lion-faced centaur.
yeah, it has a sword and a shield, and it is covered in rock armor. And I have not
Brutal
decided
this
on.
time.
I also have not decided on what color its mane is yet. So yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal this time and be like, oh look, another one. You gonna suplex this one too, Kalani?
Uh,
This one is stronger.
right. I think we're gonna end off the session there. So yeah. Bye.